This is one before. For this only we want to have. How it came now?
Now again in YouTube you want to stop and start it some refreshing. Ma'am, for her also it came.
Came now.
It's asking a YouTube studio app or something. Yes, it's not because of COVID. But the other link, no, all other links work. Ma'am is saying like whatever we are speaking.
No, if it is on only. If we are mute, no, so no problem.
Good morning, delegates.
Saying that.
Can I please expect all of you to switch on your cameras?
My God, then delete it. Delete it. No, she heard, right? That's what. Why? No, our voice. See, then you should just do to tackle that issue. Nitya,
Yes, Fatima, it's alright.
tackle.
Before we begin our formal committee session, I'd like to go over rules of procedure once more, just so that no one is confused during committee session. Alright, we will start with roll call. That is, I will be calling each delegate and you must reply with present. Moving on, we will go into our GSL. This is a formal session. This is where you will give your opening speech. I request all of you to listen very closely to everyone else's GSL as well. Don't just focus on your own GSL, since after GSL we will be having the right to reply. That is when you can raise a question against any delegate who might have offended your country. Alright? So if you pay close attention, you will be able to ask the question. Next, we will move on to block formation. Blocks are already made by the chair. So we will let you know which block you are part of. You will go there and you will start making your working paper. After the working paper, we will move on to Vienna formula. This is also a formal session, as in all rules of procedure apply here. In the Vienna formula, you will have selected one block head. That block head will come together to discuss the merging of the working paper in order to make a draft resolution with other block heads. The block head will change every 10 minutes. Alright? Moving on, we will have the line by line review. This is where delegates will either be a sponsor or a non-sponsor. We will show the draft resolution to the committee and you may choose to make any amendments you deem fit. After the line-by-line review, we will go into informal session. This is where you will discuss. This is where we test your lobbying and negotiation skills on amendments until all delegates can agree on either keeping or changing any amendments. After that, we go back into line-by-line review. Again, the draft resolution will be presented to the committee. Delegates may choose to make any amendments they deem fit. However, it is best that you make all of your amendments in the first line-by-line review, so that in the informal session, everyone can agree on the same thing, so that in the second line-by-line review, we don't have to go into informal session again. After this line-by-line review, the last one, we will then say that the committee has reached consensus. If the committee has not reached consensus, we may go into voting procedure. However, this motion will most likely be overruled by the chair. So it is best that you remember that the purpose of this conference is to come to consensus, for all delegates to be able to agree on a draft resolution. Are there any doubts? You may ask them now. Alright, seeing none. Distinguished delegates, the Committee of United Nations General Assembly will now begin its debate on the agenda addressing child labor and poverty in rising nations with emphasis on economic growth. We will begin by starting the general speakers list in alphabetical order. Vice Chair Marwan, please do present your timer. Delegates, you will be given 90 seconds for your speech.
Maybe yesterday something, maybe she's watching.
Whatever we are talking here means.
Yesterday also we are talking, no? Maybe she watched on yesterday's. Because yesterday I'm didn't delete that.
Bindu's voice, I have Bindu's voice of account. Is it Bindu? No, maybe yesterday. Could you hear Bindu's voice?
It was yesterday's. Can you clarify it?
Because yesterday we checked the trial, ma'am.
Ma'am, Irfana ma'am is saying that opening ceremony it is not there. It is in my system. It's live. And why she is telling
Alright, we
us
will now
not
begin with the roll call. Delegates, please say present if you are here present at the meeting. Africa,
UNICEF committee is working. UNICEF
They are talking UNGA.
UNICEF
And they are
Africa,
UNGA.
UNG is
alright,
fine.
absent. Your name will be called twice, and if you don't reply by then you will be marked absent. Brazil, delegate of Brazil. Absent. Okay, delegate of Canada.
Present.
Wait, you forgot Bangladesh, I think?
I'm sorry?
I think you forgot delegate of Bangladesh.
Delegate of Bangladesh. Okay, sorry. Alright, delegate of Bangladesh.
Present.
Now we have delegate of Canada.
Present.
Delegate of China.
Present.
Delegate of Congo.
Present.
Okay. Delegate of Denmark.
Present.
Delegate of Egypt.
Present.
Delegate of France.
Present.
Delegate of Germany.
Present.
Delegate of Greece. Delegate of Greece. Delegate of India.
Present.
Delegate of Ireland. Delegate of Ireland.
Present.
You can see the photo, their interpretation.
Delegate of Italy.
Present and voting.
Delegate just no, only present works here, and no present and voting. That is for UNA USA format.
Present.
Delegate of Japan.
Present.
Delegate of Korea.
Present.
Delegate of Liberia.
Present.
Delegate of Myanmar. Delegate of Myanmar. Delegate of Nepal.
Present.
Delegate of Norway.
Present.
Delegate of Pakistan. Delegate of Pakistan. Delegate of Palestine.
Present.
Delegate of Russia.
Present.
Delegate of Saudi Arabia.
Present.
Delegate of Singapore.
Present.
Delegate of Somalia. Delegate of Somalia. Delegate of Sudan. Delegate of Sudan. Delegate of Switzerland.
Present.
Delegate of Turkey.
Chair,
Yes, sir. Yes, delegate.
you forgot about Sweden.
All right. Delegate of Sweden.
Present.
Delegate of Turkey. Delegate of Turkey. Delegate of United Arab Emirates. Delegate of United Arab Emirates.
This you showed her.
Delegate of United States of America. All right, we're done with roll call. We will now proceed into GSL.
Before we move on to GSL, it is important that all of you understand what CHITS is. Basically, this is a note that you send to another delegate. You can choose to send this via the chair, or you can choose to send this without the chair. Basically, if a delegate raises a right to reply, asks you a question, and if you don't want to answer orally, if you don't want to answer in this Google Meet, you may choose to say that the delegate of so-and-so will be answering through CHITS. This CHIT is a WhatsApp text that you will send to that delegate. It is a personal text, or you can send it on the group chat. However, your right to reply CHITs must be sent via chair. So if you are sending it to them on private chat, I expect you to take a screenshot of it and send it to me or my co-chair Sanya. If you are sending it on the group chat, well and good, we'll see it there. Alright, are there any questions? Yes, delegate, I will repeat. There is such a thing called CHITs in the right to reply. That is what happens at the end of the GSL, where delegates may ask each other questions. This is where if somebody asks you a question and you don't want to answer in this Google Meet, you may choose to say the delegate of so-and-so will answer through CHIT. This CHIT is a text that you will send through WhatsApp to that delegate. You can send this to them personally, but if you do choose to send it to them personally, you must take a screenshot and send it to either me or my co-chair Sanya. If you choose to send it on the group chat, then we will see it there. Alright? Any questions? Seeing none, we will now move on to the general speakers list.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
I want to bring to your knowledge that there are 2 North Koreans in UNGA right now.
This Google Meet? Do you mean in this Google Meet right now?
Yes.
Alright, delegate, I will look into it.
No problem. Your part is done.
While I do that, can my co-chair Sanya please start with the GSL in alphabetical order?
Okay, delegates. First up is delegate of Bangladesh.
Yes. Good morning, respected Chair and fellow delegates. Bangladesh is in continuous efforts to combat simultaneously both child labor and poverty, being the 8th most populated country and most productive in the garments and agriculture sector. Statistically speaking, over the past few years, Bangladesh has been successful in making tremendous efforts in lowering poverty and child labor by strengthening the education system, raising awareness, funding researchers, and prioritizing health and nutrition via social media and technology. Bangladesh also aims in expanding further the education sector, improving infrastructure, expanding the investments, human capital, and improving international trade relations for enhancing the opportunities for its people, and to achieve overall growth in respect to per capita income, standard of living, education rate, health sector, and the overall economy. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Canada can go next.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, 152 million children worldwide are victims of child labor. 18 million are boys and 64 million are girls. The Dominion of Canada is analyzing the serious issue of child labor and poverty is very important in order to achieve our SDG goals. The very act of child labor violates the basic human rights and shatters all the prestigious conventions we had on the rights of a child. Canada strongly condemns the act of child labor and all the countries who still practice it. Canada is also affected by this conflict, but we have been trying to curb these issues. We must understand that due to this conflict, many countries are affected and the world economy will not be able to handle this issue. The Canadian government is on the target to stop child labor and poverty. Canada is a pioneer in promoting the respect and dignity of all people, regardless of where they live. Canada has been trying to join the list of countries with transparency laws to become the global leader in addressing child and forced labor around the world. The delegate of Canada recommends to replace children with unemployed people and educate children with donation centers to educate non-educated children. With this, every child will be well educated and there will be an end to child labor. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now comes Delegate of China.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, a child may be born in poverty, but poverty is never born in a child. China is the world's most populous country, with a population of more than 1.4 billion. China is the world's fastest growing major economy and the second wealthiest nation in the world. China's national policies, programs and laws supported the prevention of child labor and poverty in China. It focused on the poorest rural areas and relocated millions of people from remote villages into apartment complexes and increased the educational system and formed many laws for children likely. China's government has a mandatory 9-year education policy that allows Chinese children to attend school at no cost from grades 1 to 9. This made a rapid reduction in poverty and child labor. China reduced its poverty from 97% in 1978 to 1.7% in the late 2008. Child labor in China is minimal in comparison to other industrialized nations. China's protective laws and heightened importance of education have helped reduce child labor. China firmly believes that more efforts towards that. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Before we move on, it has been brought to my attention that there are two delegates of North Korea. May I please know your names?
My name is Hannah.
Louder. Alright, Hannah and?
Sumaya.
Alright, thank you. You may proceed.
Delegate of Congo is next.
Thank you, Chair, for your recognition. Honorable Chair, distinguished audience. Child labor is simultaneously the reason and result of lack of economic growth in developing countries. Putting children to work fuels economic development, and without economic development, more children find themselves put to work. This builds a self-perpetuating circle of poverty. The Democratic Republic of Congo is a country within Central Africa with an estimated population of 105 million. The Congo believes that child life should be protected from economic exploitation. Some children across Congo are engaged in child labor, and the government of DR Congo works to combat it by eliminating child labor in the mining sector by 2025. Child labor in mines is carried out under threatening and insensitive conditions. To protect child lives and eliminate child labor, Congo has signatory to ILO Convention 138 and 182, which establishes national policies for the elimination of child labor and prohibit the worst forms of it. To provide child rights, Congo proposes a large education scheme for all children to be executed. Congo believes that education is a basic human right and no one should be deprived of it. Education is a medium out of poverty in rising nations. We call upon the international communities to join this so we can assure education as a right universally. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Denmark is next.
Good morning, dear Chair and fellow delegates. Denmark has developed a structure to monitor child labor and poverty in the country. A child in Spain is no gain. Denmark is one of the first countries to take action against forced labor convention. It has been engaged in opposing trafficking for a long time. long time. Denmark has a strong record in condemning forced labor. Denmark seeks, in partnership with other countries, to create a virtual platform where people can understand, prevent, and help child labor and poverty. Hopefully, this platform can be a successful launch, and we can and decrease the number of child labor and poverty in each and every single country. Thank you.
Which committee, ma'am? Rani ma'am, some laptop issue, something she told.
Thank you, delegate. The delegate of Egypt is next. Delegate of Egypt can proceed. Delegate of Egypt. Delegate of Egypt. Delegate of France can go then.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the recognition. Extreme poverty anywhere is a threat to human security everywhere. France has been long active in reducing poverty at national, European, and global levels. In 1989, France proposed the resolution 1989-10 to the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations requesting to give particular attention to extreme poverty. The country strongly supported the United Nations adoption in September 2015 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which set 17 Sustainable Development Goals for the world to eradicate extreme poverty. To reduce poverty, government policies include means-tested welfare benefits to the poorest in society. Nearly 1 in 10 children across the globe are subjected to child labor. In the past 25 years, laws concerning children have multiplied in France. The recent changes aim at developing a greater legal status for minors to reflect their place in today's society. The new legislation has also been geared towards the implementation of the fundamental rights and obligations enriched in the 1989 UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of France. May I ask the Delegate of Egypt, would you like to go?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Respected Chair and fellow delegates, Egypt is committed towards ensuring quality education to all children and encouraging a steady economic growth, being able to tackle poverty. Innovations in poverty aims at local initiatives in collaborating with the UNDP. Egypt has incorporated social welfare and development programs aimed at improving the standard of living. Egypt takes a strong stand against child labor, including by ratifying International Convention on Child Labor, such as ILO Convention number 138 for the year 1973 on the minimum age of employment. National commitment has also been realized through the framing of national policies with SDGs. The government of Egypt has also worked on specific projects that address the need of individuals who are marginalized population. Poverty reduction strategies should basically include 4 main pillars, which are focusing on economic development, social development by focusing on increasing the current earning and future earning. Other pillars include provision of basic amenities and formulating direct policies. We should focus on strengthening partnering and community education initiatives to address harmful social norms that perpetuate child labor. The delegate of Egypt wishes to work with other delegates and find possible solution for the issue arised. Thank you.
Delegate of Germany, you may proceed.
Okay. Honorable Chair and my fellow delegates, a very good morning to one and all present here.
The lives of the young ones are destroyed when child labor is employed. So, Germany, as a Western European country, is considered as a contributor to the ILO, the International Labour Organization. Well, child labor and poverty has increased in many countries and especially during this hard time. Children often go to work instead of getting educated due to poverty. So, these has also occurred in Germany. But it is said that poverty can be reduced to the growth of the economy. But child labor may give a little effect, like children are paid according to their skills or the amount of time they work. It creates a cycle of poverty, which means child labor leads to low wages, which leads them back to poverty. We can all get a solution to these by reviewing national laws on child labor, giving quality education and access to healthcare, and giving shelters. Together we can, together we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now, the Delegate of India can proceed.
Before starting, am I audible?
Yes, Delegate.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, India accounts for more than 30% of its population in extreme poverty, hence resulting in women and children, the weakest members in Indian society, to suffer the most. Suffering from child poverty has led to several challenges. One of the biggest challenges is child labor. 12.9 million children are forced in child labor to support their families. Considering the COVID-19 situation, poverty has increased. Social protection programs have been implemented by the government. Some of them include National Rural Livelihoods Mission. This program enables the rural society by providing and creating new opportunities in order to let the rural and poverty-stricken families to diversity. Public distribution system. This program helps by letting families think beyond basic daily needs by providing essential commodities at highly subsidized rates. The Delegate of India's suggestion will be that set a minimum amount of child allowance so that we can decrease child poverty. About child labor, we can tell kids to do their own chores and spend a little time on growing plants, and on basis of that, we can give them allowance and they will know how to be independent. Increasing awareness and reach of resources in terms of education and job opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now, the Delegate of Ireland can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chairs and fellow delegates. The Delegate of Ireland is here. There is no place for child labor in society. It robs children of their future and keeps families in poverty. Child labor has decreased by 38% in the last decade, but 152 million children are still affected. The COVID-19 pandemic has considerably worsened the situation, but joint and decisive action can reverse this trend. Nearly 1 in 10 children are subjected to child labor worldwide, with some forced into work through trafficking. Now, the delegate here shares the key long-term solutions to child poverty in Ireland. Social Justice Ireland believes that the key long-term policy to eliminate child poverty is to lift whole households out of poverty. Children are at risk of poverty do not live in households where they are access to advocate. Children at risk of poverty live in households at risk of poverty. The most efficient means of eliminating households poverty are employment traps, poverty traps and child poverty in the 21st century would be the introduction of a basic income system. A basic income system is an income that is granted to every person on an unconditional basis without any. Thank you. The Delegate of Ireland ends the speech.
Thank you, Delegate of Ireland. Before we can continue with our general speakers list, it seems that there are 2 Democratic Republic of North Koreas here. Hannah, it seems that you are Bangladesh in UNICEF. That was your allotment.
Sir?
You were allotted Bangladesh in UNICEF. That is
No.
your committee.
No.
Delegate, I have cross-checked. It seems that you are not North Korea in this committee.
Am I supposed to join UNICEF?
You were supposed to. We will be skipping you in the GSL. However, let me see what I can do. All right. You may stay in this seat.
Okay, thank you.
Please proceed, co-chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Ireland. The Delegate of Italy can proceed.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, children are working in a hazardous environment that risks their life and well-being. About 250 million children working today are constantly being put under circumstances of poverty, sacrificing their youth to earn for their family. Italy had an aim to have a country where child labor does not exist anymore, and now has one of the lowest child labor concerns among the European countries. Italy has first looked into the issue and passed a law in 1886 to stop children working below the age of 9, and this has gradually improved Italy's condition. Italy has organized programs like the launch of the Red Card to Child Labor campaign where anyone could raise their voice against child labor. Italy has taken initiatives and held concerts like Parco della Musica, Paladino Liberty, Music Against Child Labor, Christopher Cathedral, and many more. All these actions taken by the Italy helped the decrease in child labor from 10.0% in 1881 to 0% in the late 2010s. However, it cannot be eradicated as a whole, so Italy would be delighted to find a firm solution that brings about changes like discouraging people to employ their children, providing education to them, etc. The delegation hopes that a viable solution can be found for this worrying problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Japan can now proceed.
Yes. Good morning, coaches and delegates. I'm the delegate of Japan. Today I'm here to discuss what measures Japan has taken for child labor and poverty. As we all know, child labor and poverty are both major problems, but we have taken precautions to avoid it. There were one in a million few cases. A few measures we have taken to avoid poverty is that the JSDF, the Japan Self-Defense Forces, provide support for community projects helping to end poverty in Japan with a concentration on local governments. Some of the projects are livelihood support, improved nutrition and early childhood development, inclusive education, legal services, and basic health and sanitation services. Some of the measures we have taken to avoid child labor is ACE, Action Against Child Exploitation. It was established in 1997 and its mission is to put an end to child labor in the world. ACE has rescued 1,637 children from child labor and supported them with education and also encouraged 13,263 children to go to school regularly by improving school environment in each of its project communities. ACE's efforts in Japan include mobilizing citizens to its cause in collaboration with private sectors and trade unions. Through its awareness-raising activities, the employees number up to more than 1.61 million. We have done our best to avoid poverty and child labor. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Korea can now present.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Co-Chair. The revolution is carried out by the means of one thought. North Korea identifies itself as a heavily guarded country which accuses of having the worst human rights record in the world. The government strongly rejects the human rights abuse claims, saying that this practice can never be found in North Korea. The government, however, admits some human rights issues related to formal education, poverty, and economical living conditions, and states that it's currently working to improve them in an 11-year schedule. Most graduates not attend university but began their military service or proceed to work in farms or factories due to parental force, causing people to live on low incomes. The North Korean government said it in a committee report that it abolished child labor 70 years ago and is no longer forcible on people. With the change of recognition in 1971, North Korea gained observer status at the UN Security Council. In a major party meeting, the government stated that it needs to find ways to become self-reliant and continued its prioritization of strategic weapons development for defense purposes, leading the UN Security Council to maintain severe economic sanctions. The impact of those sanctions, which was intensified by the COVID-19 lockdown, as well as severe floods that hit the country and destroyed crops, undermined the country's agricultural production plan, causing homelessness and poverty in its people. North Korea believes more education and employment opportunities given by other countries would support nations in reaching consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Before we proceed, Hannah, I am posting the link for UNICEF in the chat box. Please join that committee. delegate of Democratic Republic of North Korea.
Yes.
Please join the link that I have posted in the chat box. You may leave this meeting. All right, co-chair, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate of Liberia may continue. Delegate of Liberia. Delegate of Liberia, you may proceed. Delegate of Nepal can go next then.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, Nepal recognizes its unique position as a nation of rapidly eradicating. The government published the Nepal Labour Force Survey report with the data on child labour and forced labour. In addition, the government introduced a new education policy during the reporting year, providing free and compulsory education to all children. The police also created a new anti-trafficking bureau to assist in child victims rescue and recovery, as well as coordination with the Department of Labour on cases of harmful child labour. However, children in Nepal engage in the worst forms of child labour, including incompetence, sexual exploitation, sometimes as a result of human trafficking. Nepal's interim constitution seeks to protect the interests of children by conferring on them certain fundamental rights and imposing for their benefit certain directive principles and state policies. In addition, several laws contain important provisions for the protection of the interests of children and child labour. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Norway can go ahead.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, Norway is situated in northern Europe. The current population of the country is 5.39 million. Nearly half of the population live around the capital Oslo. The current GDP of Norway is $444 billion compared to $366 billion in 2020. There is no record of any child labour in Norway, and the country is doing its very best to keep it that. We have to know that child labour is both a consequence and a cause of poverty. We can just abolish child labour and not do anything else, but neither can poverty be an excuse for exploitation. In the world's poorest countries, 1 in 4 children are engaged in child labour. Children around the world are engaged in paid and unpaid forms of work that are not good to them. However, they are considered to be engaged in child labour when they are either too young to work or are involved in hazardous activities that may compromise their physical, mental, social, or educational development. Child labour slows down economic growth and development. Poverty is also an important problem in many countries and is increasing every year. Norway has pledged $20 million for any kind of unpaid work repair. It was a fresh initiative to make education compulsory, remove children from dangerous or demeaning jobs, and replace child workers with jobless adults. We need to stand together and educate us from the road. Unless and until a collective action takes place, we cannot accept to abolish child labour in a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Before we proceed, Delegate of Liberia, would you like to go next?
After the break, if we can call Anish, no problem. If you are going.
Delegate of Liberia. All right, Co-Chair, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The Delegate of Palestine can go next.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the recognition. Children are future citizens of the nation and their adequate development is utmost priority of the country. The Palestinian Authority made an advancement in efforts to eliminate the worst forms of child labor in the areas of West Bank under its control. It cooperated with the United Nations Children's Fund and United Nations Relief and Work Agency for Palestinian refugees in the Near East to provide educational services to 325,000 students and psychological supports to over 97,000 children. The Palestinian General Federation of Trade Unions has been working on child labor issues in the West Bank and Gaza. Together with ILO, PGFTU worked on establishing the Palestinian labor law. Some workshops were also conducted on the child labor issues, especially for parents to educate them about the negative aspects of the child labor. Palestinian laws make 10 years of primary education compulsory and free for children, prohibits employing children under 15 and employing children aged 15 to 18 in hazardous work. such as pesticides and carrying heavy loads. Spreading education and funding from the developed nation is one of the main solutions to stop poverty and child labor. No country is perfect. There is some percent of child labor and poverty present in all nations. Same goes with Palestine. That's why all the delegates are here to find a solution for this.
Delegate of Russia may proceed.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, good morning to one and all. A child may be born in poverty, but poverty is never born in a child. Child labor has been the most important concern in the world because it affects children both mentally and physically. It also destroys the future of children. Children are considered as the helping hand for families. So, the poor parents and families are forced to send their children to work at lower wages. So first, we have to eliminate poverty in the society. The Russian Federation recognizes this and have started taking actions for it. Unfortunately, the poverty rate has seen an increase in recent years, with 13.5% of Russians living in poverty in 2016. However, many programs have been implemented to help reduce child poverty in Russia. While substantial change has been made, the Russian government must continue to increase its efforts to uplift the economy and families struggling in poverty. The United States Agency for International Development has worked with the Russian government to create programs and opportunities that aim to remedy child poverty in Russia and help foster the economy. The Russian government spends over 3% of the GDP on social assistance programs, with only 1/3 of that amount in the income deficit of all poor families. The delegate of Russia feels that if that wealth is used for the eradicating of the poor, Russia might be able to achieve its goal. By 2030, Russia aims to reduce the poverty rate by 50%. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Saudi Arabia can proceed.
Yes, thank you for the recognition. Honorable Chairboard and esteemed delegates, as the delegation of Saudi Arabia, we are highly honored and appreciate the effort to execute this conference. As we all know that Saudi Arabia is one of the richest countries in the world, with the second largest natural oil reserve underground. Saudi Arabia is rapidly accumulating wealth and political power in international affairs. However, there's a dark side to the flashy urban lights of Saudi Arabia. The wealth gap that exists between the rich and the poor puts many Saudi and immigrant children in danger of child labor. Child labor is a human rights issue. Children are considered to be the future of the country. The more child worker in the economy, the lower wages of jobs those children compete for. Saudi Arabia enacted a law that set the minimum employment age to 13-year-old and banned children from working in hazardous conditions. To conclude, we wish to have an effective and efficient debate and encourage the member state to be aware of the emergency issue. Thank you.
Delegate of Singapore can proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and fellow delegates. Singapore is a country which faces severe housing problems, discrimination against various races, child labor, and more. But with strength and guidance and enlightenment from the leaders and government officials, Singapore is now one of the world's top most countries to have a stable and developed economy and have no foreign debt. Singapore is strictly against child labor and believes in children in society. They have established certain laws on Part 8 of Employment Act that had numerous amounts of changes after it has been taken into effect. Singapore aims to cross different barriers and connect, restore relationships with several countries to make change. And with furthermore evaluation and consideration towards specific regions, Singapore and many more countries may achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Sweden can proceed.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, Sweden has approximately 12% children living through poverty. Although the number of children living in poverty has slightly reduced during the recent years, Social exclusion and segregation between different groups in society have increased. Sweden's welfare system is able to control the threat of poverty throughout the country by providing a standard minimum income, free education, free childcare, and universal healthcare. Sweden participates in the international conferences on child labor and the International Labour Organization conventions and works to bring about the elimination of most intolerable forms of child labor. For example, slave labor and jobs in industry that involve serious danger to health and safety. Sweden firmly believes that free education for every child could reduce child labor and access to health is essential. Build health clinics, train healthcare workers and invest in equipment and medicine so children can grow up healthy and strong. To overcome poverty by helping community, this includes training people living in poverty to acquire the skills and knowledge they need to secure a livelihood and support their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Switzerland can now proceed.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, one of the lowest crime rates of all industrialized countries, Switzerland was marked as the most innovative country in the world for 8 consecutive years in the Global Innovation Index. Buildings are built on big lands, work is done by tiny hands. Switzerland struggled with child labor with a farming-based economy in the 18th and early 19th century to align with startups today. Though researcher SECO said the protocol is a turning point in action to combat forced labor throughout the world. It addresses modern forms of forced labor, including trafficking in persons. Switzerland is proud to be associated with action that reaffirms the resolute commitment of government, employers, and workers to achieve the effective and lasting abolition of all forms of forced labor. Switzerland's commitment to participate in the global movement to bring an end to the scourge of forced labor is noticeable. In ILO's new estimates, 24.9 million are victims of forced labor throughout the world, including 4.8 million victims of sexual exploitation. Switzerland firmly believes that consistent efforts towards the global issue of child labor could be worked out to a great extent and will always support the affected nations and reinforce their legislation and institutions to combat global child labor. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of USA can proceed. Delegate of United States of America may proceed.
Thank you, Co-Chair, for the recognition. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the UN have been working on for human rights and for the removal of child labor and poverty all around the world. The War on Poverty is an official name for legislation first introduced by United States President Lyndon B. Johnson during his State of the Union. This legislation was proposed by Johnson in response to the national poverty rate of around 19%. The speech to the United States of Congress to pass the Economic Opportunity Act, which established the Office of Economic Opportunity to administer the local application of federal funds targeted against poverty. Child labor laws in the United States address issues related to the employment and welfare of working minors and children in the United States. Child labor provisions under the welfare of working minors and children in the United States. Child labor provisions under the FLSA are designed to protect the educational opportunities of youth and prohibit their employment in jobs that are harmful to their health and safety. FLSA restricts hours of a youth under 16 years of age can work unless unsafe occupations too dangerous for young workers to perform. The United States of America aims to decrease the poverty rate to 9.2% and number of child laborers less than 500,000. The delegate of USA believes that the US can decrease the poverty and child labor by the next years. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates.
For me, it is there.
Thank you, delegates.
Mine is I did. Mine I did.
This brings us to the end of the GSL. Are there any delegates who have not given their GSL and wish to do so? Alright, seeing no show of hands, we will now move on to right to reply and now call on those delegates that wish to exercise the right to reply. Delegates, I hope everyone is aware of what right to reply is. Alright. Before we move on, I would just like to make it very clear, delegates, you may not text me personally. If you have any doubts, you may raise your hand here and start a point to order. That is when you need clarification on committee procedure. All right, so you may raise your hand in the Google Meet and say there is a point to order, and then you may ask that out. Are there any delegates who need any clarification? Yes, Delegate of Egypt.
Can delegates ask questions regarding speech of particular delegates during this session now?
Yes, absolutely. You must exercise your right to reply to do so. Delegate of Palestine.
The delegate want to ask right to reply to the country Germany. Can the delegate ask?
Yes, go ahead. Delegate of Germany.
Yes.
Right to reply is being asked to you. Please pay attention.
Yeah.
Delegate of Palestine, you may proceed.
Yeah, as the delegate mentioned in his speech that Germany child labor has been increased. So what's the country doing about it? Is it simply sitting or doing any implementation or laws or anything?
Could you repeat, please?
As the delegate mentioned in his speech that in Germany the child labor is increasing because of.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, delegate, please wait until the right to reply has been exercised. We will call on you.
Okay.
Delegate of Germany,
Yeah,
would you like to reply?
the delegate of Germany would like to do the chit.
Alright, delegate, you have chosen to reply through chits. You may reply to the delegate of Palestine on the group chat. There is a format. You must say to the delegate of Palestine, and a line below you must say from delegate of Germany via chair, and then you may answer that question. Alright, is that clear?
Yeah.
Does anyone else?
One question.
Yes, delegate of Palestine.
To the delegate of Norway, Norway mentioned that there is 0% about child labor in Norway, but according to the World Bank data, there is still child labor present in Norway. So, what does Norway have to say about it?
Delegate of Norway, do you wish to exercise the right of reply? Delegate of Norway.
Yes.
Wish to exercise your right to reply? Delegate, the delegate of Palestine has exercised their right to reply and has asked a question to the delegate of Norway. Would you like to reply? No? Alright, that is fine.
Run.
Delegate of Egypt, you have raised a hand. Do you wish to exercise your right to reply?
Yes, the delegate of Egypt would like to ask a question to delegate of Palestine. So, migrant children often find it difficult to enroll themselves in education, and at last they end up in working in any kind of factories. So, Palestine is home to many refugee children. What is the government stand on this? How government is tackling this problem?
Government is still trying to develop the Palestinian nation, but while they are trying to develop, the Israelis are attacking without any unaware, which leads to the poverty and which poverty leads to child labor. And government is still trying to tackle these issues by implementing laws and still checking on the poverty and is seeking for funding from the non-profitable organization to tackle this problem. As you see, Israelis are attacking without any unaware and killing the infants present in Palestine.
Delegate of Egypt, you may ask another question, a follow-up question. Would you like to exercise your right to reply?
No.
Delegate of United States of America, would you like to exercise your right to reply?
Delegate of USA would like to ask the right to reply to the delegate of India.
Yes, please go ahead.
News reports that COVID-19 pushes India's middle class towards poverty. How exactly does the COVID-19 pandemic make a huge impact on the rise of poverty rate in India?
The delegate of India would like to use checks.
Alright, Delegate of India, you may send your chit on the group chat. The format must follow to the Delegate of USA from the Delegate of India via chair. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Alright. Delegate of Democratic Republics of North Korea?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
The delegate of North Korea would like to exercise right to reply to the delegate of India regarding the solution which was set by the delegate. The delegate concluded in her speech that we could find a solution by giving children allowances for doing certain tasks at home. So the delegate wants to know if many of the people in India, uh, keeping in mind the current COVID-19 situation, are living below the poverty line. So what about those people? How can they pay allowances to their children when they don't have enough for their family?
The delegate of India would like to say that this process will be done by most of the orphanages, and the government can help orphanages by giving the allowance to the um, for orphanages, and they can help it like in the way.
Delegate of North Korea, would you like to ask a follow-up question?
No, sir.
Alright. Delegate of Japan, would you like to exercise your right to reply?
Yes, I would like to ask delegate of North Korea that as she said that North Korea has taken welfare measures to prevent poverty. What kind of welfare measures have they taken?
Delegate of North Korea would like to reply in chits.
Right, Delegate, are you aware of the format you must just send the chit in? Alright. Delegate of Japan, would you like to ask a follow-up question?
No.
Alright. Delegate of Palestine.
The delegate want to ask to China.
Delegate, this will be your last question. We will not be entertaining more questions from the delegate of Palestine.
Okay, sir. Can the delegate of China say what are the steps taken by the China because the child labor rate has been decreased about 3.62%? So the steps can be implemented in other countries for the decrease of child labor.
I would like to use China. Pardon? Right, Delegate of China, are you aware of the format? Delegate of China.
Yes, I will use chits.
Yes, your chit must say to the delegate of Palestine from the delegate of China via chair on the group chat. All right?
Yeah.
Delegate of Egypt.
The delegate wishes to ask a question to delegate of Bangladesh.
Delegate, this will be your last chance to exercise your right to reply. All right? Please go ahead.
Chair, this will be my second chance. Have you used it once?
Yes, you're supposed to ask only two.
Okay. So, delegate of Bangladesh has mentioned in a speech about the population rate in the country. So, does the government see this as a challenge which leads to poverty?
Delegate of Bangladesh would like to reply by chits.
All right, delegate of Bangladesh. The delegate of Italy, would you like to exercise your right to reply?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
I would like to exercise my right to reply to the delegate of Bangladesh. As the delegate of Bangladesh said that Bangladesh has been implementing in Bangladesh a lot of programs and organization has been taking place that leads to the reduction of child labor. But in rural areas, a lot of children are facing child labor through agricultural rules and through a lot of waste to agriculture and industrial waste as well. So
Nitya.
how can
Nitya.
the rural areas get access to these programs? Because you only said that
Nitya, Nitya,
these
which
programs
mate is
are
this?
implemented to the child level, but
Who's
this
this?
child
Yes.
does not have any education.
This
In the
sister.
rural areas, student
Your
does not
mate
have
is
any
on. No, no, no.
education.
This.
So how
Come
can
here.
they do it?
This
Delegate of
one.
Bangladesh, would you like to answer the delegate of Italy?
Your mate is on.
I would like to answer through chits.
All right, delegate. The delegate of the
It is
Russian
not
Federation.
off. Still going on.
I would like to ask Delegate of Italy.
Please go ahead.
Delegate of Italy, you talked about child labor, but in Italy, about 4.5 million individuals are living under the poverty line. What is the Italian government doing for this?
The Italian government has been trying to improve the rate of child labor since 1881, and it has still been going on. It has improved a lot. But even though due to the COVID-19 situation, it has risen a bit.
Chair, may I follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
Now you answered about child labor, but I want to know about poverty. How are you helping the ones that are under poverty?
We are giving them free medical treatments, as well as we are helping them to giving allowances by every month. Not exactly to everyone, but whoever is registered to programs, etc.
Thank you, delegate of Russia and the delegate of Italy. The delegate of Democratic Republic of North Korea, would you like to ask a question? Delegate of North Korea. All right. Delegate of the Russian Federation, you have already exercised your right to reply. All right. Delegate of India, would you like to exercise your right to reply?
Yes. The delegate of India has a question to the delegate of China. The, there has been 8.5 percentage of poverty in China. What is China doing about it?
I would like to use chits.
All right, delegate of China, you may answer through chits. The delegate of Japan, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, I would like to ask a question to the delegate of France. How many percentage of kids have you saved from child labor?
The delegate of France would like to answer through chits.
All right, delegate, you may answer through chits. Delegate of Japan, please lower your hand. The delegate of Ireland, would you like to exercise your right to reply?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
So the delegate of Ireland's question goes to the delegate of China. What are the precautions taken by the government in China to avoid child labor and poverty? Mostly, what age children are being forced into child labor according to the GSL speech you gave?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. What are the precautions taken by the government in China, and mostly what age children are being forced into child labor according to the delegate of China's GSL speech?
13 to 15 years.
Delegate of China, that wasn't the particular answer for the question that the delegate of Ireland gave.
Delegate of China, would you like to exercise your right to reply? You may deny or you may choose to answer through chits.
I may deny.
All right. The delegate of North Korea, would you like to exercise your right to reply? Delegate of North Korea. If not, please lower your hand. Fatima Akhtar.
Yeah, delegate of Bangladesh wants to re-ask, delegate of Egypt to re-ask the question because I got two questions simultaneously. So I forgot what the question was.
Delegate, please rename yourself to the delegate of Bangladesh.
It's actually school ID, so I can't rename it.
Delegate, tomorrow please join from your personal ID and rename yourself, alright? Can you please repeat the question?
I want delegate of Bangladesh wants delegate of Egypt to re-ask the question.
Alright, delegate of Egypt.
Yes, does Bangladesh considers population as a challenge which worsens the poverty in the country since Bangladesh is a populous country?
Okay, thank you.
Delegate, you will be answering through chits?
Yes.
Alright. Are there any other delegates who wish to exercise their right to reply? Please do a show of hands. Are there any delegates who would wish to exercise their right to reply? Delegate of Congo, you have raised your hand.
Yes, as the delegate of Russian Federation has mentioned that Russia works to decrease child labor by 50%. How do they aim to achieve this?
Delegate of Russia, would you like to exercise your right to reply? Delegate of Russia, you may choose to exercise your right to reply right now, or you may send a chit.
Can I get a repeat of the question?
The delegate of Russian Federation has mentioned that Russia works to decrease child labor by 50%. How do they aim to achieve this?
I choose to answer through check.
Right, delegate. We have come to the end of the right to reply session. The committee has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of the agenda. Delegates will now move into informal consultations to meet with their regional groups to begin the process of drafting resolutions. Delegates are reminded that during the entire informal consultation phase of the conference, the rules of procedure are suspended. Each group should aim to submit a draft of their resolution by the end of this evening. Delegates, by the end of this session, I will not say that I expect all of you to submit your working paper, but the executive board does expect you to have come to about the end of your working paper. Are there any questions about what a working paper is or how you are supposed to draft it? You may do a show of hands. Yes, Tanzila.
Can you repeat how is it supposed to be worked?
What delegate are you? The delegate of?
Delegate of Denmark.
Right. Delegate, your working paper is what you will come up with in your blocks. The blocks have already been decided by the chair. We will let you know. This is where you will discuss with the other members of your regional group about what the problem is, what the agenda is, what issues each country is facing, and what are the resolutions that you have come up with in order to save countries from this issue. All right, delegate?
Yes, thank you.
There is a way to submit your working paper. Delegates, please be informed that we expect at least 3 to 4 preambulatory paragraphs, and then operatives are up to you. However, we do expect at least a few. Delegate of Liberia, you have raised your hand.
Yeah, please give my GSL speech before.
Yes, your GSL. We can have your GSL right now. Delegates, you have 90 seconds, all right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Honorable Chair.
Hold on. I'm so sorry. Before you do that, Co-Chair, can you please present the timer?
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, child labor is one of the unfortunate things happening around the world.
It is an injustice happening to some of the children in the world. Liberia is one of the poorest countries, and it is the country, and 54 percentage of Liberian population are under the poverty line. Liberia has recognized this, and it understands that there are cases of child labor and poverty in the country. For this, the Liberian government have taken necessary actions such as minimal advancement in effort to reduce child labor and has taken poverty reduction strategy to reduce the poverty cases and has taken draft national action to reduce the worst forms of child labor. Therefore, the Liberia government is willing to work with the other countries to reduce poverty, to take necessary actions to reduce the poverty and child labor. Thank you.
Children are active only, no?
Thank you, Delegate Co-Chair. You may stop presenting now. All right, delegates, we will now move into block formation. Co-Chair will be pasting the link to the blocks. All right, before you move into your blocks, it is important that all of you understand. This is about consensus. This committee aims to reach consensus by the end of our committee conference. All right, so please try your best to work with member states and come up with a working paper that each and every one of us can agree with. Delegates, I will now call out your delegation name. You may join that block. All right. Block 1 consists of Africa, Brazil, Canada, China, Congo, Japan, North Korea, Somalia, Turkey, and USA. Delegates, do you need me to repeat the blocks? I will once again list the countries that are in Block 1. Africa, Brazil, Canada, China, Congo, Japan, Korea, Somalia, Turkey, and USA. These delegates, please join the link for UNGA Block 1 pasted in the chat box. Yes, Delegate of India. Is there a question you'd like to ask?
Yeah, the delegate of India has a question that
after you must exercise your point of order first. So you must ask the delegate of India would like to raise a point of order.
No, I have a doubt.
Yes, that is a point of order. Doubts about committee session, procedures, etc. You must raise a point of order.
Okay. I have the delegate of India has a point of order.
Yes, please go ahead.
That we should come up with the solutions together, or each one have to come up with their own paper and submit individually.
Delegates, you have been assigned blocks. One block will submit one paper. Therefore, you must work with the rest of the member states in that specific block to come up with one working paper.
Okay.
Delegate of China would like to ask a question.
Delegate, you must ask a point of order.
Point of order.
Yes, Delegate, go ahead.
What does a draft should contain? What is it?
Your working paper, the one that you are going to submit right now, you must write on the top block 1 and then the countries in that block, and then you must start with your preambulatory paragraphs. About 3 to 4 preambulatory paragraphs. These paragraphs, I am assuming you know what they are, Delegate. Are you aware?
No.
Alright, preambulatory paragraphs are the paragraphs which state the reasons for which the committee is addressing the topic and highlight past international action on the issue. Alright, this is everything that your country or countries or member states in your block have already done in order to resolve the issue at hand. Also, you might add in statistics and statements by member states or the UN representatives over here. The preambulatory paragraphs, delegates, the executive board will be making some changes once you have submitted it. However, please make sure that your preambulatory paragraphs cannot end with a full stop. Is that clear? You must end your paragraph with a comma. Your preambulatory paragraphs also have to start with words such as acknowledging, aware of, bearing in mind, conscious of, concerned, mindful of, realizing, recognizing, taking into account, etc. Delegate of Japan, you have raised your hand.
When is the deadline of sending you the worksheet, working paper?
Well, we have the rest of this committee session. So right now you don't have to worry about the deadline. You can just continue. All right? Delegate of, I'm sorry, the delegate that asked me about the working paper. After your preambulatory paragraphs, we will move on to operative paragraphs. So let's say you have stated 3 to 4 preambulatory paragraphs. The operative paragraphs are the resolutions proposed by the delegates. It begins with a verb that is called an operative phrase and ends with a semicolon. This is, you have already stated the facts and figures and all past action taken by member states in the preambulatory paragraphs. Once that is ended, you move on to operatives. Your operative paragraphs will state your solutions to the problem. What member states can do in order to resolve the problem at hand. That is our agenda, all right? Delegates, please keep in mind, your operative paragraphs as well cannot end with a full stop. They must end with a semicolon. You can make sub-paragraphs in operative paragraphs. So you might say operative paragraph number 1, so and so, and then you might make sub-paragraphs. You will label those as A, B, C, etc. Please make sure that your sub-paragraphs must end with a comma, and your operative paragraph, the main one, must end with a semicolon. You can use words such as urges, calls upon, encourages, expresses, recommends, supports, suggests, requests, invites, reiterates, etc. Delegate of Japan, you have raised your hand. Delegate of Japan.
No, my hand is not raised.
Okay. Delegate of Liberia.
I'm sorry, but could you repeat about the working document and all? It's not clear for me.
The working paper is the paper that you will submit with your block. Once you have been put into a block, you will be in a Google Meet with other member states. This is where you are going to decide on what the issue is, the past action taken in order to resolve this issue by the UN or by member states, and the solutions that you have come up with. Right? I suggest Russian Federation delegate, please mute your mic. Delegates, I suggest that you make a note of this. I will once again repeat your preambulatory paragraphs and your operatives. Please make sure that you have understood this completely. Get a notebook, write this down. Preambulatory paragraphs are the paragraphs that state the reason for which the committee is addressing the topic and highlight past international action on the issue. Your preambulatory paragraphs must end with a comma. You cannot use full stops. We expect about 4 or 5 preambulatory paragraphs, all right, per block. After your preambulatory paragraphs, you can move on to your operative paragraphs. The operative paragraphs are the resolutions proposed by the delegates. It begins with a verb that is called an operative phrase and ends with a semicolon. Your operative paragraphs are basically the block solutions to the agenda at hand. What you, as a delegate, and other member states think that all delegates or all delegations can take into account, and what each and every delegation can do in order to solve the issue at hand. These are your solutions that you are putting down on a working paper. Your operative paragraph can have sub-paragraphs. The sub-paragraphs must be labeled as A, B, C, etc. You cannot number your operative, your sub-operative paragraphs. Your main operative paragraphs must be numbered as 1, 2, 3, etc. And they may not end with a comma. Your operative paragraphs must end with a semicolon, and your sub-paragraphs must end with a comma. You can only put a full stop at the end of the working paper. The last operative paragraph can end with a full stop. Is this clear, delegates?
Yes, Chair.
All right. Tanzila, delegate of Denmark, I believe. You have raised your hand.
Yes. For this block, it's the same topic, like child labor and poverty.
Yes, delegate. Everyone is working on the exact same topic. Once you have been assigned blocks, you may not leave this Google Meet. You can mute your camera. I mean, you can mute your mic and you can switch off your camera. That is all right. You will be talking in the other block. Can I list out the countries in each block now, or are there any other point of orders? Seeing none, I will continue with block formation. Block 1, I will repeat this again. Africa, Brazil, Canada, China, Congo, Japan, Korea, Somalia, Turkey, and USA. Moving on to block 2, all the delegates must join the Google Meet. It is posted in the chat box. For block 2, that is Egypt, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, Palestine, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, UAE, Bangladesh. I will repeat this once more. These are the delegates that must join the meet for block 2. Egypt, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, Palestine, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, UAE, Bangladesh. Moving on, block 3, France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Liberia, Norway, Russia, Singapore, and Switzerland. Delegates, I will repeat the list of delegates that must join the UNGA Block 3 link that is pasted in the chat box. France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Liberia, Norway, Russia, Singapore, and Switzerland. Does everyone know which block they must join?
Chair. Did you call Sweden?
Which I did. You must join block 3.
Can you send the link again? I just rejoined again, actually.
Co-chair, can you please resend the links?
Thank you.
Delegates, please join these blocks. Sandila, your hand is raised. Yes.
Can you again repeat in which block I am? Denmark? Actually,
Delegate of Denmark, block 3. Delegates, you may not leave this meeting. You can mute your mic, switch off your camera, but stay in this meeting since we will have to come back here eventually, all right? Delegates, please join your respective blocks.
I'll just send the link.
Canada, delegate of Denmark. Okay,
Yes,
so
so we
your
can get
respective
it.
blocks.
Can you repeat, please?
If you have already joined, you may mute your mic and switch off your camera in this Google Meet.
Yeah, I will share the Google Docs now, okay? Then we'll send all your mail IDs so that I can share.
Delegate of Japan has a point of order.
Yes, Dalva, please go ahead.
Do we have to select a blockhead right now?
Delegate, you may work on your working paper first, then you can select a blockhead. It is completely up to the delegates to decide, alright?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, all delegates can put the mail ID so that
Co-chair,
first itself.
you may join block 1.
Okay.
Vice Chair, you may join block 3. And I will be joining block 2. Alright?
Instead, you can just paste the link over here, then I will send request. That will be that continue mail is active.
Yeah, then I'll share the link. That's.
Can we start?
Yeah. And I'll press in that too.
So I hope the solution what we will write, we can talk about together and see what
one of them.
Yeah. You all? So just press the link. Are all the delegates here?
the delegates of
one delegate who you all will be able to represent all of you while you going
install other things, then we can
so to be the representative.
Yeah, I'll allow
anyone.
So other
so
delegate, I think you can just
Press that share button over
You
there
can now
and
switch
allow
on the
the access to
camera
all.
and as well as your mics and discuss.
How you present here.
You guys can discuss info on
Yeah,
the
I
show.
changed it.
Yeah, you can copy paste
So
everything
any
now.
delegate would like to
Change the
Can we
be the representative of Block 3?
So in the main link, nobody is there now. They all wait.
So should we like present our screen and note down, or
can
should we note down in
We'll
paper?
start with the preambulatory. We'll just
don't
end
use
the
the
first, then
You
we'll
should
move
do
on to
whatever you
the
can.
You won't be able to
Okay.
But it'd be better if you present.
So is there any
so that
delegates having
everyone knows
preambulatory
what's
before
going
in
on.
hand so we can
Yeah, I have one. I'll just place it in there.
So
Okay, so can someone present
wait.
the
Right
paper which we're
our
going
heading will be
to work on?
could you rename yourself, please?
Actually,
Sure.
my school account, so I'm not able to rename.
Okay, which
Our first it's going to
Delegate
be
of Ireland.
committee name,
Okay,
then
good.
the block name, and then the
So you will have to choose one.
first
So all of you can decide by yourself who you want to choose as a representative. For now, delegate of Liberia raised her hand first, so we'll go with her. And moving on further, if you want to change it, you could. It's on our decision. So as is now your representative of delegate of Liberia,
Change it to editor
you
because
can
we can only
present
comment.
a document, a Google Doc, and all of you can add your solutions, preambulatory, and operative phases in it. All right? And if you have any point of order, please do.
then we have to mention our agenda also, right?
Yeah.
Agenda.
See that.
So first it's block 1.
This year. That is not happening.
First of all, can we share this document with everyone so that all of us can edit?
Recently, which all countries are there, we'll type those names on the country. Okay, so someone else do this.
I present my
So we'll
document.
divide it. Agenda and
Okay.
Can share Google Doc links in the chat box so all the members can add.
that one I don't think it's needed now.
Not now, because it will be the later when we.
Yeah, later. Just now countries is enough. So so whoever is having the preambulatory close can type in chat so I can copy paste over there. Whoever is typing, I think you have to type in, words on the like other than this like this. I've seen
Maybe we can stop the editing and only you can write. Is that fine?
to the extent of not that like all should contribute, right? So this is fine.
No, if one does editing and then
Everyone else gives the reason and everything that will be easy.
Alright, that's fine.
we can check in the letter
If she does that, any other delegates
one
has
I'll change the permission. Bangladesh,
all of you
Saudi,
know what exactly the writing document is.
other delegates
As well.
Okay.
No, like if later if anything we have to edit, then we can.
Yeah, you can tell me. I will do it. Otherwise, I'll change the permission. That's all. Okay. So I'll just change like this. This. Okay, then you can type the preambulatory in the chat box.
Okay.
What I must do? Yours is here. See, mine is here.
We can actually keep 3, 5 at least, right? 5.
4 is enough. That doesn't. It's already implemented.
Okay, this one actually. I also had a preambulatory one. I have mentioned it, but no problem. I'll copy paste this.
If you going to present, it's better as soon as we start.
Copy.
Actually, it's taking time.
I am sharing access one by one.
If the other delegate who had raised her hand, if she could do it.
Underline, bold it.
Yes,
correct. Okay, then it should end with
Comma.
yeah, comma. Yeah, it's there. Then next preambulatory. Anyone else having? Other delegates, Nepal, Bangladesh.
Yeah, I'm having. I'm typing the chat.
Okay, I also have you. Hello. Yeah, I'm having this one, not even concern that children are being misused to work at very low ages, which are sadist. So I think Palestine, this both are same. Which one will choose?
You can choose yours.
So I hope you can see my screen.
Okay, fine. Then, okay. If we are not having the preambulatory, then we'll move into operate.
So she'll be sharing the screen while we will be saying, or she'll share the link with us.
If you don't mind, can you
Delicate,
say
I
in
think it's
short
better
what
if
the
you can share the
preambulatory
link
part just
so
includes?
everyone could write, because I think all
I
the
think
ladies
we can start the discussion and then everybody gets
regarding
answers.
this agenda.
Yeah, sure.
Means the reason why we are discussing it.
Can you see again? I'm not didn't get the
Just a particular
answers.
country or in general of all the geographies about
each other discuss on the solutions that you want to come up with, because I will be marking.
We are eradicating child labor, how UN has contributed. Just that we have to now.
Okay, let me just try again.
The font size and the weight. I think we can move. Two more are needed. That one we will move at last. Like at last we'll make. But operational we have to see.
Can I start with the operational?
Okay. So I'll leave to operation.
Delegate will just share the link to the topics.
Yeah, that is the thing. So whoever is not aware, like other delegates, operation means basically the solutions to the agenda. So anyone is having a solution, then you can tell it. There will be more.
There will be many.
Yeah, I have a solution.
I also have a solution.
Yeah.
Yes.
Delegate of Palestine, you can go.
Delegate, I think
My solution is that seeking funding from non-profitable organization for both local and national for the schools to reduce
After we are done listing the
the
sponsors, maybe we can start discussion.
and there are many other poor countries. And government is not able to support children because of lack of money. So funding from non-profit organization and seeking money will help to reduce the poverty as well as to get education for
Please avoid using the
So reduction in
that was
fees,
shared
right?
in the chat
Reduction in
box.
fees.
No, seeking funding from the non-profitable organization to reduce the money needed for tuition and giving it for the people living in below poverty line.
Okay, I think that will address as you know we are seeing as a term. It will address child labor too. Like students will be like children will be able to go to school because of the reduction in the
although you can start
that will be good. And you can paste it in the. You can frame it
about
and
what
paste
ideas
it.
you have, what solutions you have.
I have written one point that is, in order to stop child labor, either there should be two things done. One is attempts to require either banning child labor completely by laws, or either making compulsory school
So we have to start with like block 2 and then we
But there
have to
are
write all
laws
the
which
name
implement
countries.
in the country where banning child labor and school attendance is also present, but it's not
We have to
implemented
write block
strictly.
3.
So
Like
either
the
if
heading
you
will be
choose
block,
any one
block
of
3
these,
and then we have to write all the names of the countries which
or
are there in
complete
this block.
compulsory school attendance, I think this can bring some
Yes, you will be writing
actions
block
to
3.
reduce child
And
labor.
you write all the
You can do.
countries.
But the thing is, you just frame it like
can just
how
start your
Palestine has did
preambulatory.
like that. You can frame and send it chat box. Then I'll
Operative clause
Start your discussion
Delegate
on the
function. You know about the operative
in the
clause,
main
right?
link.
Those specific.
Yeah.
I have a
So you don't have much time. You could start.
I also have a solution that before giving education and sending children to school, first we should educate the urban poor
delegates,
families
anyone have any
that how
ideas
important education is in this
that they could
21st
share?
generation and
Delegates
how
and
many
co-chair
job
are shared
opportunities
the
we'll get if
link
we get
in
the
the chat
education
box.
done first.
Yeah, I had one point regarding that, which is like similar to it. I'll just tell. That is regarding calls upon
Delegate of Japan has
emphasize
a point of
governments to
order.
conduct workshops which gives training for creating
Here we
self-employment
should address the
opportunities
solutions,
in rural
right?
areas
Child
and
labor
small
and
towns.
poverty.
It basically talks about the
I think everyone can like give what they
those
have
who are
done in
not
the past to
those who are not
like
employed will get a
making child
chance.
labor
So
facility
you
stop.
will
Yeah,
find
any action taken by the government then we can like add it in our points.
No,
So every country can just give one point to both or two points on
some
what the
parents
country
are
has done.
like they don't understand these workshop and they don't go to these workshops. It will be better if we go in their homes, give like big speeches like in the middle of
I think that
the
you will
speeches. We stand in
yeah,
the
you
middle
can
and give speeches that this is how it
you
works.
can say this.
And they think that money is more important than education in that, and they get children married off quickly because they want they don't want to spend money. That
Yeah, delegates. I'm very sorry to intervene. It is.
So the main
I know
aim
it's
of
a
our
long
country
session,
is
so
to
I was
find
planning on just keeping
solutions.
quiet
So
and
we all have
listening.
to.
But
So
for
we
Delegative
all
India, I feel that
means the committee
needs
has
to
to
be pointed
work
out. Your
on the
point about
solutions. And if
people
any
going
delegates has
to
any
villages and
suggestions or
informing
has
the
any
people of the villages
advices,
about how
they can
important
surely come up with the
delegate
chat
that
box
could
or
happen
Google Docs.
if COVID-19 didn't exist. We are currently in a
Now
pandemic. How are you going to go to each and every person's house? How are you going to stand in the middle of the village and ask everyone to come and listen? We are also in the middle of a pandemic.
country in one sentence and separate them by commas
Giving
and
it
write it as follows. Just change
So,
that. That's how
Palestine,
we
anywhere
convert
paste
this
your
question, okay?
resolution.
And once more to all of you, please do
online
discuss.
COVID is there.
And first you have to write
But the
and
problem is
discuss
that
about what your country has
social media
already done, because
platforms
that is
for
what
our
preamble phrases
But
are.
then the problem
And we need to
any
do
poor
it
families are
quickly
not having
as
access to
much as
technology. That is a
information
major.
we can.
Yeah. I just have one more suggestion. This was like meant for before the pandemic, okay? So since there's like a majority of the students like who are from the poor family, they get attracted or they basically do work that is child labor if they can get like 10 rupees a day in order to eat, okay, to fill their tummies. So what if schools, it's like it's compulsory for every school to make like food, be introduced as midday meals and stuff. Yeah.
But it is actually enforced in many countries, but
We give our
strictly
points
it
in
is
the
not
chat
in
box, or can
all the
we
regions.
discuss?
So we have
Details?
only questions India and Korea and US also
No delegate.
posted not in every country.
It's not there in every country and not every country.
Because everyone is agreeing on the point. And
Class floated the related
no,
to that.
don't
I'll
use
just
the
paste
chat
it.
box. It's better if you just write it
And then paste the link and
or you can just speak it. I think speaking will be a better option. Alright, so you can discuss it out.
Later we'll make changes to the font and all. Now no need to think about that.
I just think that if you can give access to everyone, we can paste our points and you can change it accordingly, because like that you have to come over here and paste everyone's.
Yeah, okay, then that's good.
So my point is that in Liberia we can see it is people are mostly engaged in agricultural activities. So because of that, the poverty is it's more as more people are engaged in agriculture, they don't get much income from that. So what I think is that more employment opportunities should be created, so the parents can get better wages and they don't need to send their children to labor, and the child labor won't be happening. So I think that employment opportunities should be created.
Yeah, I'll change it. I'll just share the link to Director of India.
That is a point of the operative paragraph. Yeah, we can add that one in the operative paragraph. And then right now we were doing the what permit the word. Yeah. Okay.
Must you write the solution of the problem or about the problem?
What the country also in the past to solve that problem, and why is it important to take action? I think that's what has to be done.
As the delegate of Libya said that we can improve our employment opportunities, we can also what I wanted to say is that we can also help them by providing modern facilities. Like government can provide them modern facilities like tools and all for irrigation.
Delegates Nepal and Saudi Arabia. If you have
In Russia, the main point that
is
is causing child labor and poverty is social inequality. So another thing that delegate of Russia feels we could add is raising the minimum wage, just so that they won't be under the poverty line.
We have to add something else.
Wait, just a minute. Let me type the entire thing, then I'll just see.
Yeah, yeah.
I have visited like in operative class for
Okay.
looking.
Yeah, I'll just see.
Dedicate of Denmark also thinks to include this point of making constructing buildings, house, residence buildings with a very low price tag, so that the poverty people can live in a affordable and a nice house.
But the building owners need they also need to survive, right?
Yeah, so like if they construct like
I have
long
included
with
about
there many
like
houses, so
replacing the people
many
who are
people
like
will
the children who are
over
doing
there,
child
and
labor with the
this is
unemployed. There are many
unemployed
unemployed in like in India, too, in Bangladesh, in Palestine. Many people are unemployed, so we can replace the child labor children with
Delegate of Sweden would like
unemployment
to
by
add that
tracking the number
to
of
overcome
unemployment.
poverty, what
Is
I
that
think
Yeah,
what
I
we as a
also told
country
right
think to
regarding
do
the
is
training
that
workshops for unemployment.
that in
So,
by helping the communities, that including training
we
people
have to
living in
consider the
poverty
C,
to
or I
acquire the
will add
skills and knowledge they
regarding,
need to
I
secure
told
a
you, the
livelihood and
awareness
support their
program.
families.
Awareness program.
But I have a
Training
question to the delegate
workshops
of Sweden. How
for
are they? How
which
is the
provide some
country providing
self-employment opportunities.
them the services to be skilled in work and all?
The government is supporting them now. Like now, the poverty has started to reduce in Sweden, so government has started supporting the livelihood now.
The delegate of France would like to say about child labor. So, in order to reduce that, we could give free, for child labor and poverty among children, we could give them free meals at school, so that more and more children would start coming to the school, and we could also offer them small, decent jobs with children who wish to do that. They could do it at school, and through which they would get an income too, a decent salary with a good job for the children at school so that they would get the meal and job as well.
But if they do the job, wouldn't it affect their education?
No, it won't. Like in Japan, children used to clean their schools after the classes, but they did not get paid. So we could give them like a small income so that they could earn that also as well. And in a way, it would not be a burden to them. It would not consume most of their time. Small decent jobs for the children according to their age limit.
Delegates, I am aware that this is an informal session. You don't really have to refer to me as chair, and you don't have to refer to each other as delegate of so and so. I was planning on listening and observing. However, this is a question I feel necessary to pose. Delegate of Sweden, you mentioned training people that live in poverty. How do you suggest you train people that live in poverty?
The government can help the people who are living in poverty. Like they can what do you say? What they can do is those people who are ready to help the community. Those people who are ready to help the community. They can help those people, and they can also bring those people who are living in poverty to live in a livelihood.
Delegates, I suggest that if you choose to add this as an operative paragraph, then you should add subparagraphs to this, because your operative paragraphs must be very detailed, stating exactly what you can do. It cannot be vague. You cannot say they should do so and so. You must also state how will they do whatever you are proposing. All right. Also, please keep in mind we are currently in the middle of a pandemic, so think about that as well. All right. You may continue.
So the delegate of Ireland also has a point to add in the draft resolution.
May I? The delegate of Germany would like to add a point. I would say that we can start a small health camp where all the children can get, they can get first aid, they can get checkups because they've done a lot of works. I would like to point out that especially like since the pandemic has begun, a lot of people who works under industries and other areas does not get their payments properly according to the time or according to their deadline. They don't get the payment they do by the work. So I wanted to say that if um, the industry or any workplace that it could have a budget fixed for their workers, or a government could give them to pay the employers regularly or according to the deadline. I guess we can also donate funds in like all the charity.
Yeah, they can start programs or fundraisers which after the money which was they got, they can use it to help poor people.
I think on the document just give the heading as operative paragraphs, and then I'm just sending some clauses that we should like start the sentences with. So you can write your solution, your thing to the like with the child labor problem with these phrases, and then we can discuss like on that point that it should be there in the document.
Can the delegate of Ireland add a point?
See the point. It's not a formal. You can continue.
Okay. The resolution or the point that the delegate of Ireland wants to add in the working paper is that adults take the role of the children, which specifies that adults can take the role of children. So the children doesn't need to work for others. The adults can take the work for instead of children. The may that's child labor is happening due to that only, right? The parents are working very hard, but the money is not enough. That's the reason the children are working.
Yeah.
So to solve that, isn't increasing the minimum wage, won't that be enough for it?
Yeah,
yeah.
If the minimum wage is increasing, then the parents will get enough money. Then the children won't have to work for that.
Children could also go to school.
Did anybody include the point of just a second?
I would like
While others are working on the preambulatory paragraph, can others start on the operative clauses?
One more point that the delegate of Ireland would like to add is increase the knowledge of children, which means that give knowledge to children about child labor.
But for doing that also they need to go to school or somewhere they have to go for where they should go.
The point the delegate meant is the parents should provide some knowledge to children about child labor.
Well, what about governments finding out about labor camps, like child labor camps, and then sending people there to give them awareness? For sure, children will be present there in child labor camp. And if they're given information from there, if they're given awareness from their labor camps, they might leave those places because they have awareness now.
Some children who are under poverty line, they won't leave, right? Because they are under the circumstances.
Also, in operative paragraph, we should write the solutions, right?
Yes.
Okay, I get a little confused.
Most children don't work.
Delegates?
Yes.
Who all are the sponsors for our group? For me, I mean for
Delegates, you don't need sponsors right now. We will do that later. Right now, your working paper has no sponsors, non-sponsors, signatories, etc. Everyone is working together. Alright?
Okay, Chin.
Many children work because they don't have anyone looking after them. For example, they are orphans or they do not have parents. So, something for this can be finding foster families for children or having them put to orphanages.
They could, what I wanted to say, I said this before also. So when the orphans go to the orphanage, that time there should be a fixed budget for the orphans to help the administrator of the orphanage to educate the orphans. The government should have a fixed budget
That's the
on it.
reason why foreign aid is necessary to enter act upon it as soon as possible.
The point that the Russian Federation had added was a great point.
We can educate the poor parents. Some parents, they send their kids to child labor, right? So we can educate such parents that child labor is not good and all. So that is one of the way we can tackle this situation.
The delegate of Russia feels that most families. No, France, you can continue.
Thank you. There are some situations where children are forced for child labor, like not their parents but other people who are engaged in this business. They force often kids to do dangerous jobs like that. So we could arrange a team in which they would take a survey of children engaged in dangerous jobs, like working in factories. It is harmful for children for their health and education, but it would give an income to jobless adults. So we could find children like that engaged in such jobs and we could replace them with jobless adults. So employment rates are increasing. We could give adults jobs and save the children.
For this one, we can write also an example. Lash, it's like a beauty product. So many children work in mines for that, and every month 2 to 3 children die due to that. So you can also write an example for that one.
Yeah, that's a good example. I agree with that.
And if anyone is like joining like those kind of mining industry and all, the whoever is present there, they should teach the employers, whoever is new, or they should not hire children. They should like hire adults who can do the work properly and not be in danger.
So
One more point that the delegate of Ireland would like to add is improving economic growth. Like the children improve in economic growth. Yeah, they can also give the whoever working minds better like facility to work, safety measures a little high, so that if even something bad happens, they'll get out safely like that, to prevent deaths and all, safety measures and all.
I think that based on Delegate of France's point, we'll be able to increase the employment rate while also reducing child labor. So this will be helping us on both of our agendas.
Can the delegate of Singapore add a point? I'd like to address that this is going on in Singapore, how they do MON. This is where
Delegate of Singapore, your voice is a bit creaky.
Yes, can you just raise your voice?
Sure. The delegate of Singapore had to address that this has been going on for Singapore.
Delegate of Singapore, it's still the same, so could you please try rejoining?
Delegate, it would be better if you could type that in the chat box so everyone could read it.
Yes, Delegate.
Delegate of Denmark, Delegate of Sweden would like to add a point, is that now in this pandemic situation, children who are living below the poverty line are not getting a better health facility. So what we would like to add is that the children should get a better health facility, and they should get free education. If free education is provided, the child labor can be reduced.
Delegates, please share the delegates' points here, not in the Google Docs, unless the delegates stop. we can add this point over there to partnership with other countries and create a virtual platform where people can understand, recognize, and help child labor and poverty, like a website in which there is all about child labor, how who can see who is in child labor and in poverty.
So what are the people going to do after they see who is child labor
Yeah,
or
so
who is
they make also programs, many programs linked to that, and they can go to it and be in the program and help.
as a volunteer, right?
Delegate the bond is acceptable but not particularly.
Everyone won't be accessible to the technology.
Yes, whoever is accessible, they can help, right? At least there'll be some.
Yeah, they could.
Who will. So is it okay if I include this point?
Yes, but we need to specify it, or else questions will be raised.
Okay.
The delegate of Liberia wants to say that the government can provide compulsory education to all children, as some children can't afford education, so they can provide free compulsory education to all the kids.
Or maybe yeah, and maybe government can open small schools for like no money, for a very low. Oh,
The government can like a government funded school can be open.
yeah, like the school will run on funds, and the people, the students who attend, they won't need to like pay money because they barely go out with the day. One more point the delegate of Ireland would like to add is provide a free awareness program near where the child labor is happening. So the children can go any time to get knowledge on what they really want.
But there are a lot of places where child labor is happening, not only one place. So how each and every place they can sit.
And then I have a question. In what means would you spread the awareness? Like online, or you would go there and talk with them? Like many places, like if we go and ask them, is there someone engaged in child labor? They won't answer it because
And
people hide it.
yeah, and some people will be very offended. They'll also get offended. Some who are
And
even here. Poor.
And it is a pathetic situation of some children that they don't even know they are under child labor.
Under child labor, yeah. You can add this point, spreading awareness of trafficking. It's like people kidnapping children and forcing them in child labor. So you can like find out which place it is very high and spread awareness over there also.
During their work hours also, they can be kidnapped.
Yeah, that's what they can spread awareness over there. Like this is a place where there is high trafficking. So and the government can also take safety measures in the places, especially where trafficking is going on.
You talked about free education, but free education is actually already implemented in India, right? Some government schools are there, but still India is at high levels
High
and child
level of
labor.
poverty.
So will that be helpful?
But with free education, if we give them free meals, parents would send their children to school thinking that at least once in a day they could have the meal. So like that they would get education. And as I told, we could offer them small jobs with decent income so that the children would be interested to come to school too.
Or people can like whoever like if they even open the school like that, they can like spread awareness about that school, that there is this school that you can send their children to, because many people are there who don't even know that like these schools exist. Some people are very ignorant. So like they can make boards and all saying that. The delegate of Ireland agrees to the point that the delegate of France had said some minutes ago.
You just scroll like
scroll up. I just want to just see.
I've actually made one section for operative sentences. We can add all the operative sentence points over there.
Like what you're doing now, I feel like it's preambles because you're not mentioned one, two, three because that's necessary for operative clauses and it's just too large. So if you could shorten it, and also you should not like put a solution that's based on like one country itself because I just saw somewhere about China they have written like that. You should not do like that. It's you should do on behalf of like which most of the countries have accepted.
So we should come like on a consensus.
Not consensus, but for example, education. Like most of the countries have made compulsory education up to 18 years of age, but there are still some countries who have not adopted it. But most of the countries have that. Like that, you should give for preambulatory clauses.
Awareness program which all the children and all the parents can join to for the parents who can't afford money and children who can't afford money for a free program where everyone who wants a knowledge about child labor and other languages and other knowledges they can join in this environmental program and it's free. So all the children, they can work for something kind of like they can work somehow like at a least cost. Like if some children wants to earn money, the awareness program will provide some least heavy work for them to to cost. I mean to agree at least a point of number of money so that at least they'll get that happiness and they will know what exactly child labor is and they shouldn't do it.
Or like maybe they can government can also create like us like job building something like that where children can like work like the job over there gonna be like working in mines, factories, and all. For example, for like a camp if they build, then children who are they can go over there and help the other kids who are coming to the camp. So they'll be like they are working and at the same time having fun. It's not hard work like that also.
Yeah, the delegate of France has mentioned this point earlier, but it was in school giving them good jobs. Okay, we could give them in camps too, like small jobs such as they could distribute things or then assist people. Yeah, such small jobs, and that they won't feel like a burden.
And they'll also have fun. So
Yeah.
it has
already mentioned a small question to the co-chair.
Yes, Talbot.
Co-chair, by what time should the delegates submit the draft resolution?
You don't have to worry about the time now. We will just keep on discussing. At 12:10, all of you have to join. The deadline will be informed to you because we have 2 days, right?
Okay, co-chair.
And just one more thing, just 1 minute, delegate. Please to keep the text font same throughout the document. Don't use capital letters in the whole sentence, as I can see here, because you need to maintain a format that goes on. And the first word of each and every clause should be in italics. The first word of every clause. So all of you can keep that in mind as well. So all can continue.
Okay, Chair, thank you.
I'd like to continue.
Delegate of Russia would like to request everyone to check Delegate of Singapore's point in the chat box.
രണ്ട് സിസ്റ്റം ഉണ്ടല്ലോ അപ്പോൾ ഒന്നെടുക്കാമല്ലോ. But we have to admit in between. This we have to minimize, no?
Yeah, I agree to the point of Delegate of Singapore because free checkups for children are essential to ensure their well-being.
I would also
Yes, the
like to
delegate of Ireland who agreed to the point that the delegate of Singapore has shared in the chat box.
I would also like to share a point of mine. The industry or whatever workplace they are hiring the children, they should check their age of the employers and they should register their employees in their company's account so that whenever ministry comes and check, it wouldn't be a problem.
I would like to add a point. I say that one of the greatest way we can help poverty is that we can spread the message through social media. Like we can share the stories of some people, and then so that all the people who sees the message through social media will help them donate and etc.
That's
You mean an online funding program? Delegate?
The delegate of Ireland would like to add one more point, which is protect children from child labor through giving the adults about 20 like the jobs which the children are doing currently.
Delegate of Sweden would like to add a point. As we have talked about organizations, what we can do is we can even include fundraisers, which will help families who are living in poverty, and they can get a minimum amount. Each family can get a minimum amount if we conduct fundraisers with the organizations.
Same month I got pregnant.
I would like to add a point, France, before she said that when more, what should I say? Just a minute.
Co-chair,
Yes, sir.
how many delegates are present in this block? I mean, in the block 3?
12.
Okay, Chair.
All right, and one more thing, you can add the heading for your draft resolution as draft resolution. Right now, your business is draft resolution, right? Just write it as the agenda as well below the draft resolution, all right? Like the whole agenda that we have. All right, great.
Yes, delegate of France, she said before that when we give free education to the kids with along with the free meals, and also the employment opportunities will also be created in the rural areas as teachers' job and all. The poor people will be taking the teacher's job and all. So by that, the employment will also be increased. So basically, what I'm focusing is that the employment should be available so that the parents won't send their kids to labor work.
For the employment to be available, the people should be experienced and they should have some skills, right? So how?
You mean children?
Both children and adults. Because once the adults' job opportunities is filled, like the job position is filled, then there is no need for the children to work, right? So the adults must have some kind of.
There are many children who come to school, like to free schools. So we don't force any of them whose families are really poor. Like we provide a lot of opportunity. The children who wish to work, they could do the work. We are not forcing anyone here. And if they do the work, they'll be paid with the minimum salary.
Did anybody said this point like creating buildings where the children and can stay for like free and the parents have a little less like if you create like hostels basically even children can live and they won't have like a really hard life, and then the parents can also like save money because there'll be a little less to spend the hostels for free like.
But the children should only live on the hostels or the whole family?
No, the families can also live or only children's like hostel for free. Like Your children can also live.
It will be a burden, right?
Instead of living in those hostels, isn't it better for them to send to school instead of staying at home?
Yeah, I'm saying about the for living. Now, if even if they're going to, they need to live somewhere, right?
Co-chair,
Yes, delegate.
in the clauses, do the italic words have to be bold?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Laughing after seeing.
Delegates, could you please scroll down?
Co-chair,
Authorities, and they will ban the factory, and the children will be taken to
That is, very like banning a factory is not a good thing because it will impact our more poverty.
But if they are not following the rules,
Yeah,
at
but
least the basic rule.
if we take these children from that factories and we give them education and we'll just let them do small chores like basic chores what we do in our daily life, and then they will also receive money. So parents will also not like hesitate.
Delegates, will you accept a question from the chair?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, the Delegate of Palestine mentioned that child laborers should be put in school. Is that right?
Yeah.
Let me ask Palestine. You, as a country who has been time and time again a target for the world, basically, let's not name any countries, but you have been a target time and time again. You have very little area under your control, and that area too does suffer from poverty. How are poor countries, such as yourself, going to make sure that every single child goes to school? Child labor is directly related to poverty, isn't it? So if you're saying that this child should not go and work and earn money, this child should be put in school, who is going to pay for that school? Does the government have enough money in order to make sure every child gets an education? Just something to think about before you proceed. You should think about this, all right?
We will seek funding from the organizations like the United Nations funding for children because we are trying to develop, but whatever we try to develop
I'm aware, delegate, but maybe you should do a little bit of research on how Palestine acquires funding in the first place, because you don't have a lot of funding, unfortunately. So just think about this, all right? You may proceed.
Maybe we can keep that point on like aside. Let's not remove it. Let's just reframe it. Is that okay for everyone?
Yeah.
Delegate of Egypt? Or we should just remove it?
You're talking about the fifth resolution, right?
Yeah.
Palestine, just in my view, like there can be chances you mention about it. They can point out, other blogs can point out. So it's your wish. You can tell it. I'm not hurting your, but still you can tell it. It's okay.
Other countries are really poor. Like my country is really poverty is there. We cannot implement like many high expensive solutions. As India, India is also like Saudi Arabia is rich over here, and I guess which other countries are rich. So
that's right. Very difficult that not
we can come up with a solution which are not very expensive. We can ask funding from developed nations like Saudi Arabia is having like is the second largest you know second largest richest country as it told in the speech. So we can ask funding from such nations.
She's okay with your
Saudi Arabia, China.
Okay, you got the point, but there are chances that point can also be, defended because, right, the nations they also need money, even they are, what to say, developed. Okay.
Delegate of Egypt, sorry for interrupting, but I was thinking that for the child labor, that if we tell the kids to work, clean the chores, I was thinking that if we are working a school, we need cleaners. Like just an example, we need someone to clean the school, and we pay them, right? We have to pay them. Yeah, but instead, if we tell the higher grader kids and the teachers and we help, and instead of giving the money away to the cleaners, we can set the children's school fee for free, and like this it works.
You mean children should be the cleaners?
No, children shouldn't be the cleaners. There will be a want and not wanted. If you don't want to do, you can just go outside and plant the trees. If you want to do, you can help the school. It's like a way of helping. It's not a child.
Like my country is so poor, so the school which are already there, right, which are government school established, we can convert them into like this type of schools. So government wouldn't need much money for building new schools and centers.
That's what actually Japan does in some way.
Yeah, but they don't get money. They just have to do like that.
Yeah.
My son, before the classes, he will get ready all the toys in front of you. Then you do. That you do.
You know what? It delegate in the role, I can't agree with it.
Just raise your hands.
I think I'll agree and not agree in both ways, because if the child is not wanting to do and if the school is forcing, then that it's very forcing and it's totally straight away going to child labor.
Yeah. Want to do or don't want to do, it doesn't depend. We can't give a job to children.
Yeah, but we are not forcing them. If they want, like,
we are not forcing them.
No, we can't. We can set an age, right? After 18 only the kids can do. Maybe something like that.
Not 18.
Yeah, 15.
After 15 or 14 or 13.
Yeah, like that. We can't give 3 years old children to clean the school, right? That's not appropriate.
I won't agree with that. Even they are coming to school only for learning, not for doing any jobs.
If you do it like this, right, their parents wouldn't hesitate them to send to school, because parents are not sending them because they didn't get money by going to school. They think that going to school is waste, knowledge is waste, nothing is useful. So they don't send like children to school, but they are getting money by doing small chores, right? Not like to see like basic things. Is it hard for you to like sweep the floor or clean or planting trees or like just basic things is what you do in school. Otherwise, children works at factory like chemical factories and then machinery factories, and that leads to more health problems too. They work like more hard.
Parents are not sending children to school because they are having the feeling that if you go to school there is no gain. Okay, that means they won't get money. But previously solutions we have mentioned about the awareness. So in awareness, what we are doing, we will tell them if the parents are educating children now, that is a human resource development. When they grow up, they will get the double amount of money which they are receiving if they are educated. Okay, so that point of thinking we have to change. No, not just we have to support that thinking. Okay, if parents are having the thinking, we are encouraging it, like giving money to children. We should not encourage it in any way, because they should not think education is something just for getting a daily wage we have to do.
Delegates, I am sorry for the interruption, but you may leave this meeting right now, the block meeting. Please save your working paper, alright, and join the main link. Go back to the main link.
Okay.
We'll continue the discussion in next session.
Yeah.
Delegate of Nepal, please leave this meeting and join the main link.
Now 3.5 only I had taken him here. Now he is asking why you left me. Now he is asking. What happened? Why you left me like that? Now if I let him, everybody left the meeting. So what we should do? Break time. Now we will do that. No, you stop. You stop. I will start still. You don't leave. Okay. If you leave, it will be problem. Yes.
Okay, thank you, delegates. Please leave and join the main link.
Thank you, co-chair.
They are coming in the
Yes.
main link. Okay. They are coming back to the main link. Oh my God. We not over. No problem. We will stop.
Delegates have to leave the other block.
Yes,
and then
everyone
join.
please leave your blocks and join the main link.
I will capture my screen.
Co-chairs, please let me know if everyone has left the blocks.
Is anyone speaking?
Delegate of Japan. Everyone may lower your hands right now. Alright, what about block 1 and 2? Vice Chair, Marwa.
Block 1, everyone was joining.
Sure.
Yes. Delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor?
When you are told. You can take my class now. I told you no. For me,
Yes, Delegate of Japan may join. Delegates, seeing your confused faces, I will let you know that it is time for break, alright? And I'm sure all of you want to leave and want to rest and eat and whatever it is that you may want to do. But you cannot just simply leave committee session. You must raise a motion. Alright, does anyone know which motion it is? If so, please raise your hand. Yes, Delegate Italy.
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Yes. Motion to adjourn debate has passed. Everyone may leave the meeting right now. We will join back at. You all have the schedules, right? It's on the group chat.
Yeah.
Join back.
Chair at 1 o'clock. Can we just off our microphone and camera and go?
Yes, as you please. You can leave the meeting if you want. You can switch off your cameras and mics if you want.
Outside. Just keep it outside. No. Just to know this, just to know, so you press it outside. I think this is. Stream key. Stream let continue, right? One more time. But I continue cheyatala. Before it was coming, right? We didn't do loop. No, we didn't give, but we got window capture we have done, right? Window capture we did not do, we just kept it there. Anyway, now streaming is stopped, right? Yeah, no, Vidya ma'am, everything over. Let it be like this. Break only na after the second thing. So I will mute this, okay? Streaming is what is this, my dear? Vidya ma'am, why we should eat this? This is for what? Those who are talking, we are hearing. No? For us, sir. If you don't want to hear, okay. Ida magu akshara hai kya ma. Tu kondu denge na? Kondu da. No, between. Just sleep your kala. My system is asking for updating. I will not update all. No. I will close this. I put it slips, so how will we write it? I don't know how to make this. No. One minute, wait, Ritwin. We'll go. Yeah, what you're talking about is hearing. Oh. See.
The break time is over, right?
Yes.
Delegates, please come back. The break time is over. Chair, should we get back to our groups? Not yet. Let everyone assemble and then we will spread again into blocks.
Ma'am, can you please stop presenting the screen? Rashida ma'am. Delegates, everyone is requested to please join back in the main link.
Can we go back to our block links?
No, delegate, you may not move back your block links yet. We are still waiting on a few delegates to join.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you please stop presenting?
Delegates, if you have joined back, please switch on your cameras. This is to make sure that everyone is here. Delegate of India, Ireland, Liberia, Switzerland, Japan, Saudi, Nepal. Delegates, please switch on your cameras.
Chair, can I have 2 minutes to on the camera?
Yes, delegate, that is fine. Delegates, before we go back into our informal and formal consultation, that is our block formation, I would just like to inform all of you that even though it is an informal session, your chair and co-chair are observing. And so it would be greatly appreciated, and I truly encourage all of you to speak up, state your points, help in writing the working paper, all right? Delegates of Saudi, Nepal, Germany, Sweden, and Liberia, I would love to see a little bit more cooperation from you, all right? So please try to put your point across in your blocks. That is all, delegates. You may all proceed back into your block links.
Can the chairs please share the link once again?
Yes, for sure. Co-chair, can you please paste the link?
Did everyone join?
Delegates, you may not leave the main link. Please remain in this link. Switch off your cameras and your mics.
We can go with the discussion of the fifth
Delegate of Japan, Delegate of USA, please join your blocks and switch off your cameras and mics on the main link.
Yeah, let Bangladesh and Saudi join. Then we'll start.
Okay.
And, Palestine and India, I think.
All right, co-chair, please join block 1. Vice chair, please join block 3.
Yes?
Yeah. Rather than being stuck in this fifth solution, we'll move on. Okay. And we will put it later. We'll see in Vienna formula how other blocks are responding to the same. Okay. That's it. Then we will talk about the healthcare one, right? For the poor families.
Yeah.
Wait, Bangladesh is not here. Saudi Arabia is not here. Yeah.
Delegate of Egypt, I had a suggestion.
Yeah.
I had that maybe we can
present?
look into each of the solution more deeper and decide
delegate was
because we
presenting
have
before?
enough solutions now. That's why.
See, but we have to address more issues. Like we have just only little we are done. According to me, we have to concentrate on the
Actually, in our
refugee children.
paragraphs, there should be a
I
lot
asked the
of
question to
changes
Palestine,
that
right?
there are
Refugee
a lot
children
of
are
we
often
need to
forced to
reduce
work in
that.
the
There are so
factories.
only five
So we have to address about
4
that
points
too.
should be
Then
there.
healthcare we have not mentioned for the poor families who are not having adequate
Yeah,
facilities.
we
The
need
healthcare,
choose a
the
representative for
point
this block.
we didn't add about we can open clinics,
Yeah, we
free
have to
clinics
also choose
near
that.
the village so that they do not have to go far away
Delegates, that can be done
in
later on.
emergency
We can just
situations.
discuss for now, and then at the end
Yeah,
we can
medical camps
choose
can be
a leader.
conducted
Yeah,
in
But that leader
seasonal
also
wise.
would
Okay,
be
that can be.
changing
by
everything, so
taking
everyone will
COVID
get an opportunity. So don't
19
worry about that.
precautions
Yeah,
in
medical
mind.
camps.
Yeah,
It is actually there in many of the countries, but we can have it as a
yeah.
compulsory. Then Nepal and Bangladesh, you can give the points regarding healthcare. We will add more subclause to it.
Okay, I'm working on it.
Okay. Then Nepal, you told about the technical side too. So if you have, you can more points. If you're having, then you can share.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Yeah. So regarding healthcare. So first can be something an introduction solution, and in subclause we can mention
I
about
think
the
once we're all
medical
done
camps.
with writing, we can
Okay. So we
probably
need that
check
phrase
all the
introduction.
points.
Delegate of Egypt, can you
Who's
repeat
the
again
green
because I did
color?
not.
Yeah.
It's
So we
USA.
first we need an introduction solution.
Yeah.
I mean the
USA,
starting.
like you have
Then
written
we'll
on
move into the
preamble, right? Deeply
subclauses, which will
concerned with the rise of poverty
mention
up
about the
to
medical camps
19%.
and other things.
Okay.
No, it has also the first one, right? Yes, it is a preamble sentence.
Are we waiting for the delegate of
Yeah,
Saudi
see,
Arabia?
like, you have written like the poverty has increased by
Is she there
90% in
in
the
the
whole
main
entire
link?
world or only in
I'll check
USA.
1 minute.
She's
It's
there.
about
She's there in
USA.
the main link, but she is not.
Well,
She
you
did
have to
not join
remove
in the
that
video.
because we are discussing about like the whole. If you're writing, if the rise of poverty in the whole like world, it's okay. But if you're writing only particularly USA, it's not like acceptable.
We have to talk about what our country did, right? So,
No, no. Like the preamble, what most of the countries have adopted. Like one,
We need to compare with a lot of countries, not only our country. We need not
yeah.
yeah.
Majority of the
with
countries.
almost all
Saudi
of the
Arabia is also there
countries.
now.
So
But
there
when
should
the
be a
chair
lot of
explained, I
changes.
guess
And after the
Can you
preamble,
start?
which is the paragraph, we need to move
Yeah.
on to other paragraphs. Another. So we need to complete it fast.
after we're all done, I think we can probably discuss all the points and check if anything's wrong or like we need to correct.
All are having the
Yeah,
edited
but
thing,
we have
right?
to
So
complete
whoever is
this,
having
right?
the point
There
can
are a
type, then
lot.
later we'll
We
discuss
need
upon
to
it.
Yeah, like after completing.
Delegates,
it is
don't worry.
completed here. After what point should
Delegates,
we?
we have a
You
lot of time.
stopped it.
Don't worry about the time. Just take however
You
much you want.
stopped.
Yeah, editing is there
I
for all.
think. I think you stopped it.
No,
Okay.
it's there. One is typing. Yeah.
Okay.
could you send the link?
So we need to discuss and reduce
Okay,
the
I'll
points
share it
and
again.
Could you please repeat again?
Then and like main operative clause as like campaigns, making conducting medical campaigns, or like what is the main operative? Can I move
We
up?
have to phrase it. Phrasing it. Wait, I'll say operative clauses. Mm-hmm. Operative. Yeah, operative. Suggests is there. We have not used that. Then further recommends, endorses, calls upon. Those words are there which we have not used.
You can use it many times. There is not like compulsion that only one time.
Delegate of Egypt, maybe we should add the we in the starting we missed two points, right? We should maybe add that now.
Preambulatory.
We
Yeah.
can start discussing after we are
It's
finished
better to finish
five
one part
operative clauses. Is
and
that
then
okay?
just go to the next part. It will be easy
Start with
then.
operative purpose.
Okay, then I don't
I think
think
ambulatory
much
all
Yeah,
operative
it's
fuzz are
yeah.
so
done
when you're
properly.
having that, just type in chat box, then I'll copy paste. No need to.
Okay, I'll just give 2 points from the UN's official side. That is okay, right?
Yeah,
From
but
the
it has
past, what
to
has
be
been.
placed from your side too.
Yeah, I'll
Whoever
make it
is
in my
green,
own
can
words.
you
That
like
will be better,
change
right?
the
The work can be
sentences because
adopted
it's
in
only
project and
about
development of
USA.
statics. Yeah, Nepal, we can add this. Is that fine for everyone?
Yeah, it's fine.
Then
In that, I'm talking about what the United States president did. So, how can I change the
aware
fact?
of. We'll use the word
He
aware
was
of
concerned
instead.
about the rise of poverty rate in his country, not all around the world.
No need to talk about like only United States. You have to talk
Okay,
like
then.
according to almost all parts of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
I
to
have one
understand
suggestion.
Not actually
what is
United
done.
States. We need to talk about our countries, the countries which is in block one.
Yeah, I was saying that I have one
Yeah.
suggestion.
Common way, but
So,
not if
regarding the
if we
medical
are
facilities,
not
since
placing
not everyone is able
the
to
correct
access, like
position.
mainly
And
the
don't
refugees,
discuss like the
I think if we
problem.
can make
Say
some
what solution you
cards,
will
medical
give
cards
in
for the
operative
refugees, so that
sentences.
And that
not
too, it should
everyone
be
can
in
take advantage
paragraph.
of
It
the
should not
medical
be in
facilities. Only
points.
those people who
As
are
it
the
is
refugees who are
preambulatory
having the cards,
paragraph,
like
it
they
should
can
be in
get access to
paragraph.
the emergency medical
So,
It's in
funds.
paragraph wise, right?
So, one of the
but
suggestion.
why is it everything in
Yeah,
point
medical
wise, like
cards
13,
for
12,
They
11?
refugees.
have
That's
only
not on the
mentioned
point
that
one,
they
They
but
are
are
going to
not.
regarding
work
medical
operative
camps.
clauses as paragraphs. We
But
don't have to
I
write
have
them
a
as a paragraph.
question that who will take
Operative classes
advantage
must
of
be
medical
in
leaves,
point wise.
right?
They can be in point
No one
wise.
can take the advantage. If the person is sick and
A
in a bad
coach
situation, they must be
delegate of
treated
Japan
right
has a
away,
point of
whether it's
order.
refugee or child,
Yes, Delegate.
any from anywhere
Is it
or
okay if we can write
a
in
famous
points?
person.
Yeah, that's true because people
What do you mean
can't
by
take
points,
advantage
Delegate?
of medical.
Like
People
rather
from the
than
subpure,
writing
right? Why
Sub
should we
paragraphs,
have
paragraph.
refugee
write in
cards?
No,
points.
what I meant was that
We
those
are allowed
people
to
who
write
are
the
able to pay and are economically stable,
operative
they
classes. We
may
can write in
misuse
sub
this
paragraphs, right?
free medical
Yes, you can write
access. So
in
that's why I was
subparagraphs, but you
just
have
saying
to
that if we
label
can
them
have
as A,
rational cards,
B, C, the
which will only give
subparagraph.
access to the poor people, the poorest
So
of
it
the
should be
refugees and
as a
stuff. So then
subparagraphs, and
no
it
one
should be
can misuse
the
it. So that there is like
preambulatory
enough
paragraph should contain only
sufficient
5 points, right?
tools for everyone
There isn't a limit,
among
Delegate.
the refugees. That's what I wanted to
Mm.
highlight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
okay.
when we go into drafting the resolutions, some delegates might not agree to your points, and they will tell you to cut down your points. So if you
Yeah,
have
first
enough
point was
points,
regarding medical camps,
it
then
can be
medical
there.
cards for
There's
refugees.
no limit.
Delegate of Egypt, how many points need to be added more?
Now we have five,
Yeah.
but the yeah five talks about.
Should we add five more?
A preambulatory also we can
We'll
write
see
in
like
points, I
how is
guess. I'll
moving, how
just
is it moving in that
cut down from like
first. Anyway,
main
let
a few
let's
points,
complete
like
about
main
this.
points. I will cut it into a
Health
few
cards.
parts.
Yeah, we
Whenever
can
is
write it in
possible,
the
just
points, and at last we can
Yeah.
change it into normal.
I don't know if this point is going to be relevant or not, but I feel like China has already implemented this. I think regarding the number of children that the families can have. For example, like in China, only one child per parents can have. So this, like, if we limit the population, so then because especially the poorest section of the people, they feel like if they have more children, so they have more extra income. So that's why if we can like limit the population controlling, so then like the poverty can also be like curved, so we can get the exact idea of what statistics needs to be done and stuff. So I just wanted to bring
There
that
is
point.
like
Yeah, Delegate
one
of
is
Bangladesh, that's a
purple
really good
and one is
point.
blue, right?
but limiting population is not in our hands. Like
No,
people give birth to baby and then
No, but then we can control it, right?
like, she meant to say like they have that rule, I guess. Is that a rule that only one child can be?
Yeah, in
Blue in
China it is
Yeah,
preambulatory
and
national.
if
sentence,
the
in
parents who
preambulatory
are adopting
paragraph,
one, two,
you
or
the
three,
first point
for
you
those
wrote was
parents,
there was
at
no
least we
solutions in
can
it.
try to do like those who do not want they are not being forced, but who wants more than one,
I
for
don't think
them
we have to
we can.
mention
But then you know, like
problems.
we should not that rule is there, right? Then people who are giving
measures
more
they
birth
have
to baby,
taken.
they might kill their child.
What measures they
What's
have
the
taken to
purpose of
like
that?
Yeah.
avoid child labor and
It's
poverty?
not about birth, it's about
Poverty.
adaptation, right?
And what
No, when
happened
I said
after the
about this point,
measures they
I
did? What are
literally
the
meant for like the poorest section of the society because I already said the reason behind it because the
and
poorest
problems
people
we should
they
not
have that
add? Can
mindset
you
that
please
if they
reduce
have
the
more babies, they'll have more
problems?
extra
Like
income,
one point
like
is
they will
enough
be
for
doing the work.
problems.
So that is what I wanted to help, like point out, like
Probably
if we can
problems are
limit
not
the number of
needed
babies
also.
that they have, so then they can be like limited poverty. That's what I
Delegative,
wanted
you
to
say
highlight.
Children, like
just
babies, are
like
the
remove that
future
which you have put
citizens.
in the
So
preambulatory
limiting
because I don't think it will be okay in
instead
the
we can
preambulatory
like we
section.
can
What
educate the
points?
child instead of like limiting the children. Limiting the
Delegative,
amount of
you
children in a
say please
country is
remove
not
that
really a good thing
the
because
one which have like
it's
written
like
green color.
children should
Deeply
be there
concerned
in
by
the
the rise of
country
poverty
for a
because
future
it's
citizens.
only in
For a
USA,
country
not
to be a
other
very
countries.
developed country, children must be there. A lot of children must be there because children are very like
We talk
creative and
about
all. Then
the whole
limiting
world,
it,
what the
no,
whole
it will
world
be
did, but
later after like some
not all of
years and all,
them
right?
have
There will
written
be
like
a
that.
like
Not the
very
whole world.
really
Yeah,
less number
many
of
are mistakes.
citizens
Like you have
present
to
in the
like
country.
make it correct after
But if you have,
yeah 15
if
are
you need
done
children,
right.
then
Yeah,
you need to
15
And I
have
are
have a
available
doubt.
resources also,
Carefully,
right? Because there is lack of
Last time
resources, that's why
we
child
were
labor is happening.
assigned to
So
do
that's
what
what I
our
wanted to
country
point
did,
out
and
with
all
that.
of us had to do. So this time you are saying about do the
I
word
think
to
we need
world.
to write about
We
our
can
country
write
and
in
merge it
one of the
into
sub points
our
lack of
group
resources
countries.
and
Like
education to
You
both
all
parents
all
and
of us should write
children.
what our country
Yeah,
did, and then it
because
will
we need
when you're
Family
reading all the countries
elaborate
in
Yeah,
our blog
parents
have did
because they
something.
are the one who are sending children
But
to
then it
school.
will look like separate countries. I think it's better
because
if we write
if the
what all
parents
of our
have
countries has done in
knowledge about
one
not
one
education,
all of
point.
the
then
whole world.
automatically
We
the
can do
child
the
will go
block
to school,
one.
right?
One
Delegates, I'm
agenda.
sorry
So
to
Yeah.
interrupt.
only that.
Your working paper must be
So
wrapped up by
So ho-
2:40.
even
I
I
have
have
Right?
wrote only about my
Okay.
country. I couldn't understand your point.
So we
we
have
can
to
only
go
write about
fast.
our country, and we have to include all countries
At
in our
last,
blog.
we need to emerge
Okay,
it.
let's go with the
So yeah,
health.
yeah when
so
we
Yeah,
merge
so
everyone
our
have to
country,
write.
not
Whole
that.
support
countries
states
won't
to
agree.
conduct medical camps
Other
in
countries
regular
won't agree. So
intervals.
that's why we are writing the whole
Check up, right? Just
nationwide.
add some
So
clauses
example, we
for
are writing operative clauses so that
we
all
are
the countries
adequate.
could
The fourth,
make
like
that
third point.
issue
Just
come
go
to
down.
impact, right? Come to force.
Not
Yeah, wait.
the preambulary
Delegate.
clauses are not talking.
Is anyone?
Yeah, the sixth. Yeah.
No,
Yes.
6 point.
Okay, we
Just
can write
like an
about our
announcement.
country, but it's not necessary. We have to mention our country's name
Which
probably.
point?
Yeah, that's yeah. You should not mention our country's name.
Yeah, this fourth point.
Just
Correct
write the
basic
measures.
recognition. Provide adequate
Chair, can
recognition
you
to children who
please?
have been
You were
employed
about to
for
talk. What is it?
forced labor.
Yeah, delegates,
You
you
can see,
have
right? We can
time
add a
only
sub
till
clauses like
2:40.
what are the
By
adequate.
then, you have to wrap this
I
all
mean,
up
like
and
the
select a leader
how
that will
The
perform for you in
physical
Vienna formula.
mental.
Okay, and
yeah.
remember the leader
Like then
will
we
be
can add
changed
like the
every 10
refugees and all.
minutes,
We
so
can
don't worry about
change
that.
this statement
But
a
just
little bit
for the
like
time being, you need to select a
what all
leader as well, and
WHO
just
and
correct your format and
UNCF can
make
do.
whatever changes you want by 2:40. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think the points are enough. Let's
I'll change it the
correct it
sentence
and
bit
we
and
have
then
to
you
emerge
add the
it
sub
now.
Okay.
clauses
Is it enough? Yeah,
of the
because we don't have
healthcare.
time also. Only one
Uh,
Okay.
point.
You don't have to mention your country in every of
Delegated
the
is it
points.
as that
Just say what
upload a
measures they have done.
sub-point awareness of
Yeah,
education to
the
both parents and
measures.
children. different?
So
No,
how to
don't add in
merge it
that
into
because that
one?
is different.
Yeah, she won't. She said for
That
that.
third
We
one.
don't
When
have
I
how
just
to
I just added in the
form
chat
an
box
informal session from
as a
there.
sub point.
All the three boxes
Yeah,
will
we'll
come
add
No,
it.
together
I'm
and they'll
talking
agree.
about
Consensus.
proper family controlling. Don't enter in the third one because that is talking about different.
I
Yeah.
did not I did not write that.
Which one?
What?
Whose red one? The one color.
Japan is red.
Yeah. So look at your 6th point in the operative phrases.
Request the government construct a bus or van. I don't understand how that can support people with clothes, education, and food.
Yeah, and actually in poverty,
For the
how does
second
it
one, I think enough subclause are there.
In
No?
poverty,
More we
people
have to
don't
add.
get
If it
these
is
kind of
quite different from
supplies,
the topic,
right?
means no
Yes, but
solution
how
we will
can
add.
constructing a bus or van? I don't.
A bus or a
Whoever is
van which
typing the
has
G
all
one.
these supplies and they can support it with them like that.
Can
Now
you
talking
add
about
other
child
point
labor.
instead of this?
I don't get it.
Yeah, it's incomplete, I think, the sentences.
Okay, so then I'll just find a way to remoderate the sentence.
It's either that you need to elaborate the sentence more, or you can, remove
Yeah,
the
just
sentence.
explain it.
Yeah, elaborate the sentence like how?
Yeah, in a definition sentence.
But that won't be a complete sentence, no. Other than the subclause, encourages organizations
Are
to
there any
provide.
experienced
To
delegates
provide
in the room?
adequate recovery to the children who have been employed for forced labor, and then the refugees
Last
medical
time,
card
what
for
was
the
it,
refugees.
delegate of US?
These
If you explain it,
organizations
we would.
should provide with the government.
Also, you know that.
It's not. Yeah, it's not correct exactly. It's not correct.
Have we did a draft
Yeah,
session?
yeah. It would be
I think
helpful.
we will mention as the sixth point.
We all just we are having the block, right? So we all wrote
Calls
about
upon
what our
states to
country did, and at last we merged them.
conduct
How
medical
how did
camps
you merge them into a
regularly.
common and a
Merging
I think
means you're
we
making a draft
need to
resolution.
phrase
Yeah,
it.
that is what. How did you do it? Just
Calls upon
We
states to
right now we are doing the right thing, I guess. We just added paragraphs, and then
I
when we
had
are
a point that the
they
for
just
the
explained in
refugee
that.
kids that many refugee kids due to lack of no home, nowhere to go, they migrate a lot and they have no place. We can make a stable
These are
place in
pre-ambulatory clauses.
every country. Try our best to make it every country a place where
yeah,
only
A and B.
there's a place
Actually,
for
we will
refugee
emerge it at
kids and there
last.
will
We
be no
just write in a point.
migrate
Is it
and
enough? Let us
there
emerge
will
it.
be no migration of kids.
There are many
You
refugee
know, I
camps
think by
already in many
merging, we don't have to
As
merge
we'll be
all of the
diverting from the
points. We can
topic,
just write it in
talking
sub-paras.
about
Like
refugee
blue can
camps.
be A and then green can be B, like that. Because if we
Okay, we'll
merge,
move
it
to
will
the
look like
sixth
a
point.
very
Okay,
big
healthcare.
paragraph.
Right
Sixth
now, what
point.
we're doing is the right thing. We all have to type what our countries did.
The way we wrote preambulatory paragraphs, we can probably do it in the same way of operative paragraph.
Operative should contain a
calls
different.
upon you can write calls upon
Right? It
states
contains a different.
to provide a healthcare
In operative
camps
paragraphs, we
for
have to
the
do it in
refugees.
numbers, and then the subparagraphs must be in the alphabetical A, B, and
Conduct.
For the refugees as well as the people living in poor below poverty line.
Calls upon states. Refugees we can mention, but generally also we have to speak.
Yeah, that's what. And also the children who are living below poverty line.
Calls upon states to conduct medical camps for
Who is purple?
Delegate of Canada.
There is one point where they will say parents will encourage the children to go as they will get paid. Where will they go? Like school?
Yeah, I have to do bit editing in that.
Otherwise, you can write calls upon states to conduct medical facilities for the family below for the refugees and the family living below poverty.
we are using conduct, no, so medical camps, providing medical facilities.
Yeah, so you can write all the about the camps and the medical cards as a subclause. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a subclauses. Like,
But we need a main
and
thing.
the
Six one.
medical facilities such as
Delegate of Canada
healthcare
put up
cards, and
Provide
which days the parents will go
to
to school.
provide medical
Can you repeat?
Nothing.
medical healthcare facilities.
And you can write like such as healthcare
Delegate of
cards.
Canada, look at your point. Parents will encourage the children to
Poverty
go to
line.
school as they will get paid. So, what kind of payment are you talking about?
For
I think
healthcare,
instead of
maybe we
paid, they can
can
say like a word called like
tell
pocket money or
everyone
something.
the precautions, like
If you
precautions like
discuss
in
monetary
many
gain,
areas
won't it
there
be like
there is
using your
food
money for
and
your own profit
water
instead of
availability, but
developing a future for
due to the
them?
minerals and
They can say that parents will
the
encourage the
not
children to go to school
the
as
quality of
they can
water,
also get
we can
pocket
add in
money,
the hospital that
something
boil
like
I
that.
water
want to
before
say what
drinking and something like that.
Canada wanted to say. It's
You
like
mean spreading awareness
the
about
people who
COVID
are
protocols?
not
Yeah, not
like they're
COVID
suffering from
protocols.
poverty. If they are
Other
going to
than
school,
COVID
they can do
protocols,
small jobs
in
and
some
be
areas
paid by
we
school,
should
right?
boil water and drink, because if we
But
don't, it's
Yeah.
that
harmful.
can still be considered
And
as
in
I
food
think
actually,
poisoning.
that
instead
can
of
be
doing
written
at
about,
school, they can
like
probably do at home, and their parents could
providing,
like give them a pocket
spreading
money.
No,
awareness
like what
about
I mean is
the
if they go to school and
impact
do
of
the works, they will
COVID
also get
and then
education.
the um like
It's not that it's a bad thing, you know,
what do you
just
say,
cleaning the roads and all. We
preventions to
can
be
save
taken,
the environment, right?
Hmm.
That's the main aim.
preventions to be taken.
Then
Hence,
the children will
because
get
the
No,
exposed
actually,
to
the
intake
children
water
will
is
get
not
excited
that high.
and wanted to get
You can add it like you
for the
can
sake of
create or should I create?
what do I say?
I'll
The
create,
pay
no
means
problem.
for the pocket money. At least for that, the
Bangladesh,
kids
you
will
can
go to
mention
school.
about that
In
point,
that way, you're
that point,
trying to
but more,
convey it.
So,
precisely,
for example, if
if
there
you
is
want,
any
you can
function, maybe like World
mention.
Labor's Day and all, we
What
like
else
clean the
should
classrooms
I
and all, right?
elaborate on that?
Yeah, you can mention it because there is discrimination
But
that not
can you like
like
change the
women
word
are
other than
not
paid?
getting proper health
Like
care
just
because
moderate
of the
that word because it
discrimination.
looks a little bit like
So you can write like
like in a paid sense of like
you
using
can
the kid or
add
something like that.
Yeah, okay, can I just try to rephrase it?
yeah.
Awareness
And
programs regarding these
the
diseases can
chair
also be
also
conducted,
added
right?
that we need to add some international
Like in our
statistics
schools,
of
we have seminars, campaigns, and all. So those
If,
International
if our
statistics, I
school
think it
is
means
not
like what the whole
there
like
to do
the
all the
international
campaigns
people
and
like
awareness
do.
in
It's
the
like the same
areas,
thing we
what is the
write in the
news?
points.
They have to do it in
What
the
they are
About
doing.
what other
yeah, those kind of should
organizations
be
have also done,
conducted in
maybe.
rural areas too.
Yeah, so we need
Yeah.
to write in that way. Many didn't write in that way, right? So there are a lot of mistakes in it.
It's not that everything must be in
and the
that
women
way.
doesn't usually go to hospital if they are not well. They
We
just
have to add some
prolong
of
it
them,
and they
but not all.
doesn't care about their health.
USA is green, right?
About the C point is that the
USA,
basic
could you
things which all the
change
countries
a
are
few
doing, right?
points where
So do
there
we
is
have to mention
like
about
Black
that?
Americans point because it's only
All
focusing on the
countries are doing
problems,
that.
not
It's true.
solutions.
Did I
It's true,
miss the
but
question? If you read it
even some
clearly.
rural areas they don't have connect technology, right? So some countries doesn't even know, or they don't have money for buying masks.
It's telling that phrases prohibiting discrimination.
So don't like it, write it like providing awareness of COVID-19. Write it like
Okay, yeah.
yeah awareness in rural areas who aren't aware mostly about this COVID-19. I'll write this.
Maybe we can write that
In the second point,
providing
A, what is the
right
solution in that? Could
information
you just explain
to
because I did
urban
not
poor
get it?
families about COVID-19
Spreading
It's not
awareness
talking about the
and
solution.
spreading
The
the
aim. It's talking about how it has increased and
explaining the
why I
situation
have
to urban poor
included
families
that
about
point.
COVID-19 situation, and
Like what
take
happened after the solution?
let
What was
them
the outcome?
and
No, we
spreading
this
information
solution
about
is
the
not done
vaccines.
yet. We have to
yeah
do it.
yeah.
Okay.
And government should provide free vaccination to the citizens, just like UAE.
Yeah, even India is providing, right?
India is providing. I don't know.
Yeah, India is providing.
Some
Yeah.
countries are providing.
Palestine, if you are providing free vaccine, in order to, for the country to buy vaccine, money is required.
Yeah,
So again, poor countries, how can they
So have we
manage?
discussed who will be the
we have to request
leader?
UN for funding free vaccination.
Delegate of Egypt, can you just see the B point?
Do you guys
You can mention about conducting awareness also, no? Like awareness programs.
What color are you?
Uh,
How we can focus and give priority.
uh, Delegate of Bangladesh, this point is mainly focusing on female more than children.
Can I know
It's
who's black?
mainly focusing on the diseases, but
Yeah,
is needed. But you're
this
right.
point, this point is needed, but we need to add for children, not only for female, like diseases.
Yeah, but I feel like this point was needed because mainly female childs they feel like these diseases are not normalized. It's like it's something that is like a sin to have this diseases. So I just thought that if we can make such diseases normalized, so that people are not ashamed of having such diseases, they can get cured at an early stage. That's why I thought that maybe we need this
Who's
point
pink?
because not much priority is given to female in the first place.
It's me.
Let their
Delegate of
healthcare.
Congo. Just write in a more simpler
Democratic Republic of
right,
India.
like
There's
spreading
no
awareness,
mistake that I
keeping
found.
carefully in the rural areas instead of giving more focus because other delegates might ask like what are the focus and how you are doing this.
Yeah,
You're just
the
writing the importance of knowing it, right? So just mention about spreading awareness and then checking every girls if they are healthy or like
What
if they're
about
having any
purple?
problem because they hesitate to come to hospitals, right?
delegate of Palestine, your voice is breaking.
Bangladesh try to summarize it like we can't
Voice
elaborate more also since it is up close. So
Actually, if you read the whole document, right, there are some points which have been, which have said more times, like employment
Can someone else also
opportunities.
help on that point?
They were being repeated a few times.
Which point,
We have to
delegate?
cut down on this.
Okay,
The
if you
B one.
find any, if we can find
Maybe
any
we
points
can.
that are
I
repeated, we
know
can
that
just cut it out.
this PCOS and breast cancer are not, especially PCOS, is not much aware, but we should also look at the
so are we done with the operative process?
boys also, because it's at the end of the day child labor and child poverty.
Okay, so what if we include like
Um,
reproductive
yeah,
health care of both
like
boys and girls?
if you are adding female, that's good, but we need to add one more point for boys too. Like for the boys, what problems are there that should be aware?
no need of mentioning that because female only problem is there. It's there, but we have to concentrate on this. Only one solution is enough regarding that.
No,
Because
but
basically
other
females
delegates
are
will
the
ask.
faces of the society, not
No,
men's
but
are
yeah,
priorities.
that is a problem. But then the other delegates will ask that what about the boys? Then
Boys
boys
they have
have these issues
delegate
like
of health checkup for them.
that. Other than that, there is lung cancer,
Yes.
cancer.
Have you
Lot of
wrote the
cancers
seventh
are there.
point?
That's why.
See, but then we're trying to give more focus and priority to the
The seventh
reproductive
point is
health.
written
I
by
have
me.
changed the point. I have written that give more focus and priority to the reproductive health of both males and females because this
Is
is like something that is less
In the seventh
prioritized.
point,
Like lung
okay,
cancer and this stuff, it's always
and the
there. Like
fourth
you can see
point,
awareness
that
in everywhere.
increasing
So
national
this is something which is not given
unemployment
priority.
rate,
So
Yeah,
I think we should try to
and
yeah.
include.
might
Lung
The
cancer
delegate, you
is
can
present
add.
in both female and
subpoint.
male.
It's
Breast
not
cancer
saying
is only present
plus
in
employment. These three
females
points are
mostly. Only
connected
0.01%
to
breast cancer.
it's all employment
Yeah,
opportunities.
so I just summarized it as reproductive health.
Yeah,
So
okay.
we would need to cut
And
down
like
on one of
you
those
can
points.
add by introducing, and as examples, you can add PCOS and
On
breast
what
cancer.
points?
which
Which
points?
is
Example and all no need to add because it's understood.
Can you
Over here
mention
it's
those?
point
mentioned.
number
You can
three,
explain by
my
example
sub
when you are
point
explaining the
B. Okay,
process.
it's
Yeah.
focusing upon the lack of employment. And the fourth point, also lack of employment. And the seventh point, again, lack of job opportunities. So we need to cut down.
It's a Christian nation.
But over there, they're like kind of focusing on the problem. Like,
Can you
solutions
check
are
if
also
now
there,
the line
but
makes sense?
maybe.
In the fourth point, I didn't find a solution there.
Yeah.
Fourth point.
Fourth
Yeah,
point, decreasing national unemployment.
Yeah, that's
Here,
what
they
we're
in the
talking.
fourth point, they're asking to decrease the unemployment, like stop removing. And on the
You have to
seventh point,
mention how you can decrease by that much. You need to mention how.
So I think we are
seventh they are
having enough
asking in the seventh
operative
point they are
clauses.
asking
So
to
why don't we think about the
like
preambulatory
give the
clause?
opportunity. And on the fourth they
One
are
more is
asking to
enough.
like stop like removing the employees from job.
Did
For
we
the
add that
preamble,
child
I
prostitution?
Delegated
for
third
the
point
preambulatory, I
also
had one in
guaranteed
mind. Can I
job
write? Is that
Yeah.
opportunities.
fine?
Yeah.
I'll write in the
That
chat
is same as
box.
the second
Delegate of
point.
Egypt, can you put it there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't talk about child prostitution. It's one of the most worst kind of child labor actually.
Who is black?
They'll get
In
a
sixth
China.
point itself, you can add a subclause.
Is your I just noticed that
Wait,
your
I think that is
preambulatory
there. Can you check in
sentence
the
is, I think,
second
black.
point, the F point,
Wait,
regular
yeah,
checking
this
on
point,
whereabouts and originality of children
which
in both urban and
Democratic
rural
People's
areas.
Republic of Korea is presenting.
Just
This
check that
point
point.
is
It's I think it's already mentioned over here.
preambulatory or operative, because I can't see the preambulatory if you have written preambulatory.
Yeah, it's there.
Delegate of Egypt, I wrote a point. Can you check?
No, that is not a preamp. Like we can't phrase it as a
Delegate of
Priam.
Japan, there is
Just like
no
before
preambulatory
Nepal has
phrase
started,
or preambulatory clause.
keeping in view the relevance of
I've
the past
actually written
actions. This
preambulatory
one,
clause
you can phrase
here,
it
being aware of
from
the
the
need to
sentence.
No,
eradicate.
like you and
You
having
need a
anything to eradicate.
preambulatory phrase
Yeah,
to
just like
begin the preambulatory clause.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, the preambulatory phrases and the operative phrases should be in italics.
Okay.
Delegate of China, if what I'm presenting right now is a preambulatory phrase, please cut out the semicolons and use commas.
Delegate of Egypt, can you check the second one?
Her charge went off.
But can I say something?
Yes, delegate of Italy.
Every year we can have a day as child labor day or elimination of child labor day, so that the awareness can spread more and more every year.
Delegate of Italy, there is already like that. Already there is a day on 12th June, people celebrate Child Labor Day, against Child Labor Day. So it's already implemented.
Okay.
Delegate of France, delegate of Ireland has invited.
Okay, delegate of Ireland, Alexa.
Can any of the delegates please read out the resolutions? If any of the delegates are interested, please raise their hands.
I'll read out.
Yes, delegate of Italy.
Sure. Committee, United Nations General Assembly, Agenda Addressing Child Labor and Poverty in Rising Nations with emphasis on the impact of economic growth. Denmark, Singapore, Germany, Norway, Russian Federation, Sweden, Ireland, Liberia, France, Switzerland, and Italy. Preambulatory paragraph. A child in pain is no gain. They can start many programs of fundraiser that can help the poor people, acknowledging the consequences of child labor in each nation, giving advantage to short-term period but bring danger to long-term status of each country. Child labor can be prevented by aware of the situation of the children, Russia has permitted the employment of children ages 14 and 15 only if they completed their basic education or obtained parental consent. Acknowledging that to overcome poverty by helping the community includes training people living in poverty to acquire the
One
skills and
minute,
knowledge
delegate.
they need to secure a livelihood.
Delegate.
Acknowledge.
Just a minute. Could you
Yes,
scroll
Chair.
up? Could you scroll up?
Yes, Chair.
Just I need. What do you mean by child in pain is no gain? Like you're not supposed. Is kind of a code, isn't it?
Delegate Chair, that means that a child who is facing
The
child
child who
labor doesn't have a good future.
Yes,
the
I
country
understand
cannot
that,
move
but you're
forward
not
with.
supposed to add quotes in
Oh, sorry,
chapter.
ma'am. Sorry, I actually wrote that.
It's okay. That's no problem. Just for you to know, just remove that then. It is right, of course, but you can't add it in draft resolutions. All right?
Okay,
Okay,
then
Chair.
note that.
Because it has to start with the phrases that we have. Don't remove the second paragraph. That's fine.
Okay,
Okay.
Chair.
You can continue after
Delegate
that.
of Italy, continue reading.
Sure. Acknowledging that if poverty is in control or eradicated, there won't be any child labor, recognizes that eliminating child labor and improving the quality of education are strongly interlinked. The first will not happen without. Could you scroll down? Without the second, and that organization have a critical and particular contribution to make the elimination of child labor.
Thank you,
I'm
Delegate of
sorry to
Italy.
interrupt, but that line should actually come in the operative paragraph because it is like ending with semicolon. So I think that paragraph was meant to be in the operative paragraphs.
Yeah.
Now, can any other delegate continue up with the operative paragraph?
Yes.
Delegate of France
Yes.
can start.
Scroll down. Operative paragraph encourages nations to provide schemes or aids for the long-term job seekers to reskill them with new advanced techs to bring them back to what is happening in the modern age so as to get more job seekers employed. Recognizes that eliminating child labor and improving the quality of education are strongly interlinked. The first will not happen without the second, and that organizations have a critical and particular contribution to make to the elimination of child labor. Building fun camps where children can work and have fun at the same time, the work which the children do is not too big and hard. Suggests to create more employment opportunities in rural areas as many are receiving low wages in the agricultural sector. So if many organizations can be created, more employment will be available. Norway has pledged 28 million US dollars for any kind of remedial work. It has also provided nations to make education compulsory and replace child workers with jobless adults. Children are considered to be engaged in child labor where they are too young or are forced to do hazardous activities such as mining, loading and unloading, factory works, etc. So we show, could you change that? It should.
I think we should suggest.
It's my delegate of Norway.
And that Norway thing, I think that has to be in the paragraphs. I forgot the thing
Yeah.
again. Something paragraphs.
Delegate of Norway was not supposed to complete that sentence because when delegate of Norway was about to complete it, it showed that your access has expired.
Okay, yeah,
Yes,
okay, we
delegate of
understood.
Norway, the point was understood. But can the delegate of Norway please share the point in chat box?
Can the point be sent while writing a clause as well as sent with subtopics?
Yes, delegate of Norway. Delegate of France can start reading the last.
Okay. Suggests conducting fundraisers to support the families living under the poverty line.
Thank you, delegate of France and delegate of Italy.
I had a doubt that Norway has pledged 20 million. That thing should be there in this paragraph because it's like about a particular country, right? It is not something a solution for child labor. So should it be in this or in the first paragraph?
Yes, it can be included.
But I strongly doubt that questions will raise again.
Asked to
Yes.
co-chair whether the
And
point.
the delegate of Ireland has one more doubt to the chair. Chair? Chair?
Yes, Alvin.
In a draft resolution, can etc. be used?
No, it can't.
Like you may be seeing this, like the chair can be seeing that. So
It is
can the
better if you
delegates
remove
use
it.
it?
It's better if you remove it because you need to
Okay,
be
chair.
very specific about your ideas. All right?
Okay, chair.
Yes. If you want, you can explain it while you're saying it in front of everyone. That is fine, but don't add etc.
Okay, chair.
All right, great.
Delegate.
Chair, I have a doubt.
Chair?
During the Vienna formula, when every 10 minutes the leaders will change, right? So that time, should we read the draft resolution and explain, or simply we should explain in our own words?
No, you will be reading it. It actually depends on the chair if she wants it to work in that way or she wants it to be merged. But we will be going through each and every point. All right?
Okay.
It will be
Chair, there is
simple.
a point Norway has pledged 28 million. That point should be added in operative paragraphs.
Yes, delegate. This point.
Previous actions should be
Oh no, you
added.
can't add it in operative. If you want, you can add it in preambulary, but not in operative because this has already been done, right? This is not
Okay,
your
chair.
solution. All right.
And the delegate of Norway, please complete the resolution that the delegate had given.
I have given the point in the chat box.
Uh,
Can we vote on the point given by Delegate of Russia a few minutes ago on operative paragraph?
Delegate, I have typed the sentence in chat box.
yes, delegate of Norway. The delegate of Ireland is adding them.
Delegate of Ireland is Fatima Fanza, right? So just a doubt.
Yes, delegate.
Okay, delegate of Ireland. I don't know, my lap is lagging a lot, so I'm not able to edit it. I'm sorry.
It's okay, delegate of France.
Yeah, it took almost like 15 minutes to open the mail itself. So yeah,
It's okay, delegate.
thank you.
I have put a point in the chat box. Is that repeated? Like, can that be added or not? Just had it out.
Delegate of Russian Federation. Basically, your point is that we have to increase the wage, right? Yeah. So who all agree with that?
I
The
do agree.
delegate of France.
Delegates who all agree to the point of Russian Federation, please raise the hands.
The delegate of France agrees to the point of Russian Federation, but I have a doubt if it was already added there.
Yes, please check. Was it added?
I guess we already discussed about it.
The delegate of Ireland believes that the point was discussed, but the point was denied.
Okay, thank you.
Well, great.
That point now, many people have voted. They have said yes.
The voted was great, but few of the delegates hasn't agreed it. Like the
Yes.
delegate of Sweden and the delegate of Norway
Yeah.
and the delegate of Denmark.
Yes. Okay.
For what point are you talking about again?
The
The point.
point that the delegate of Russian Federation had shared.
Can you say the point once, please?
It's sent again.
The delegate had resent the point in the chat box.
Okay, call for that.
If the delegates agree to the point, please raise the hands.
Delegate of Sweden agrees.
Okay, now the delegate of yeah, all the delegate agree. So the point or the resolution has been approved.
There is a full stop used before we end it, like making them work in childhood. So we have to make that semicolon.
Now everyone can lower their hands.
The delegate of Ireland has a small doubt. By which delegate was this point added? This yeah, this point added. And was the point approved? Delegates?
I don't think it was.
Yes, even the delegate of Ireland feels the same.
Maybe we can check now who all agree with that now.
Yes. The delegates who all agree with this point, this particular point. Before that, can any of the delegates just read it out for the other delegates to understand?
Sure.
Yes, delegate of Switzerland.
Building fun camps where children can work and have fun at the same time. The work which the children do is not big and hard. Suggests to create more employment opportunities in rural areas. I think that's the next point. The building fun camp.
Yeah, that was the next point. Suggest to create. It was me who added that point.
I
If
think
everyone
that.
agrees, we can add, or
Yeah,
else
I
we
think
can
that
do.
was approved. The building fun camps till hard. Yeah, that one wasn't approved. So that can be removed.
I agree with the point, but Delegate Official feels the statement has to be amended. For example, clauses and subtopics should be added.
Yes, delegate of Russia.
And that Norway has pledged 28 million. That one we have to remove. And full stop is used. Sorry, full stop should not be used. Semicolon. Even the next paragraph, semicolon.
Delegates, the amendments will be done when all of you are together in the main meet. That is when the amendments can be done.
Okay,
Because then you will be like marked according the amendment that you suggest. So you can try to add more points if you can.
Okay,
Like
Chair.
more clauses. All right.
Okay, Chair. Okay, Chair. Delegates, all the delegates who all agrees to the yeah, okay, sorry. Who all agrees to these 2 points. Okay, let's go upon with the first point. Who all agree to the first point, please raise the hands. The delegates who agrees to the first point, which is the point that has been highlighted, please raise the hands. Except the delegate, yeah. The point is approved because all the delegates have raised their hands.
The
No,
delegate
one
of
delegate.
South.
Yes, delegate of Liberia. Okay, okay. Sorry. Yes, delegate of France.
Could you we'll get questions that to specify the employment opportunities in rural areas? They said the resolution must be detailed.
Elaborate the point more.
Yeah, not more like exactly what are the employment opportunities, exactly what kind of jobs.
Delegate of France, could you repeat as the voice was breaking?
I'm sorry, my network is a bit slow. Okay, I just asked. It's written suggests to create more employment opportunities in rural areas. I agree with that point, but once we present this in the main session, we will be facing questions like what kind of employment opportunities or what kind of jobs. So we need to specify that. Like the resolutions should be in detail. The chair said that.
Yes, delegate of France. That was a great point, which was by whom, by which delegate was the point added?
I added this point, so
Yes, delegate of Liberia, please complete the point and send it in the chat box.
yes. Can someone else help me, like saying which all ways we can suggest the in employment, like which all ways we can create the employment opportunity?
Uh,
Can anyone help me with that?
yes, the delegate of Russia is including something.
Alright, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but just last time, just to make sure, Fatima, you are Ireland, right? Delegate of Ireland.
Yes, delegate. Sorry, yes, Chair.
Okay, alright. And Tanzila?
Denmark.
Denmark. Alright. When you join tomorrow, you can just use personal account and change your names. So that
Can I use my parents' account? I don't have my account.
yes, you can. There's no issue.
Chair, actually, in the main meeting, I have joined through my like personal mail, and I have named as my country, but in my school mail, I'm not able to do it. So,
Okay, it's fine. You can just use personal itself.
thank you, Chair.
Alright, you all can continue.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate of Liberia. Yes, Liberia. You can suggest the ways which you have added here. Just suggest some of the ways according to you which feels perfect, which, yeah, according to the delegate of Liberia, which feels perfect. The delegate of Liberia can suggest the ways in chat box.
Yes.
There is a line. Sorry, yeah.
Yes, delegate of Switzerland.
I was saying there's a point. It has also provided nations to make education compulsory. So it means what? Like, was that point related to Norway? Because it doesn't make sense. What has provided nations to make education compulsory?
It has also provided. The delegate of Ireland believes that the point is the continuation of the highlighted point.
But it's not a continuation. First point was mine. The other point is not mine.
The delegate of
The
France.
delegate of Ireland is talking that the point that has been highlighted by which delegate was the point given?
The delegate of Liberia.
Delegate of Liberia is the delegate who added the point.
Yeah, this point was given to me.
Okay, the delegate of Liberia. Thank you.
But can
Then
you
which delegate have added this point?
just a second, delegate of Ireland. For agricultural sector, there is one A and then comma. Can you please erase that? Yeah, that one.
That was actually added as a subtopic, but do you want it to remain as one point?
Delegate of Liberia, the delegate of Russia is asking a question.
Yes, delegate. Can you please repeat?
I had added the second sentence as a subtopic so as to make the point smaller and easier to read. So should I keep it as a subtopic or as one single point?
You can keep it a subtopic.
Co-chair? Is co-chair there?
Delegates, please taking your attention.
Can we also add one more point in the subtopic that encouragement of modern facilities should be
Just
used
a minute,
during the
delegate of
process?
Italy. Let's just finish this off, then let's move on to that. Which delegate had added this point, the point that is highlighted? Delegate of Ireland believes it was added by the delegate of Norway. Delegate of Norway? Delegate of Norway?
I think there are two different points. Children are considered, that is a different
NGOs
point.
for requesting NGO from NGOs is
Children are
not like a
considered to
bad
be
thing
engaged
because
because there's a
see,
semicolon before that.
India is not that rich, but
We can't burden NGO with like the entire responsibility of taking care
that
of this.
that's the thing, like we if we give no fees. I know there are many children out there that can't afford fees, but if we don't give even a little bit of fees, how will the school function?
And we can't let just the
Like,
NGOs fund all
yeah,
this.
there are books that needs to be bought like in a bulks for children. There is teachers fees, there is staff fees, there is cleaners fees, there is many things. How will the school function?
Maintaining the
We
entire
can't
school.
ask the NGO to pay this all. If NGO needs to help, we can ask them one thing, like we need books from 12 books for children, but we can't go and ask them for teachers fees, cleaners fees. The NGO will straight away ask that how do you then function? Don't you take a little bit of fees from children? The NGO's question would be straight away to the school, this question.
because children are very poor.
I know
Like
that
that
I
will
really
happen
understand,
again. They need
but
work because they can't.
but
Palestine, I understood your point, like regarding the fees and everything, fees burden. But we have to make some kind of changes to this point
Yeah, okay then.
to be in a safer side. Some kind of changes.
Yeah,
Okay.
just change it.
Some in
Then.
the sense, full we have to change because. Okay, same issue itself regarding the fees. but some other solution we'll all think of. Okay.
I mean, the point is good, but my point is like we can't say no fees, because if we, okay, we agree, at the end of the day we agree on putting this point, the delegates will ask that how will you give the school fees to the teachers. We can't say that kids are poor. I know kids are poor, but we can't give this explanation to the delegates that the kids are poor. We need to find some strong excuse.
That's why we are asking funding from the NGOs to give the fees to the.
I know Palestine, but we can't go to the NGO and ask them the full responsibility. And if the NGO is taking the full responsibility of school, many other schools will go and ask them
It's
how
government
the
school. It's
how
not
the
private school, right?
I know, but how, the school fees only manages the school function. If we see this, we get the school fees, we pay teachers fees, we pay staff fees for salary, I mean, then we pay cleaners salary. And
Cleaners can be avoided because you know, right?
no, there is a minimum amount of cleaners salary. Everyone there is working. And then, okay, if you're telling we take it to NGO, we take it to NGO, and the NGO is taking the full responsibility of the school. The other schools will also come and tell us that please take. NGOs can't handle 10 school responsibilities. They
We
also
can
need.
take like in poorer nations like Palestine really needs funding from NGOs or someone because in Palestine there is not even subsistence allowance for people who are staying in my country. So like we need a funding from NGO, like any funding we need. So like we can
I
mention
totally,
in
I
poorer
totally,
nation,
I
like if India
totally
doesn't want the funding, then you can mention no funding is
I
required.
totally agree with you, Palestine, but in Palestine there is in every country there is a lot of amount of, in millions there are amount of children in poverty if we see, and there are many schools. Let's take in Palestine there is 100 or 150 schools. NGOs can't handle 100 and 150 schools, even if there is 10 NGOs.
See, NGOs, that point is wrong. Like, NGOs are not managing the schools or funding all
Yeah,
schools.
yeah, they cannot manage. They also need fundings to give the fundings to school.
They receive the funding from the developed nations, I guess. Then we can write like funding from the developed nation.
But
I
why do
told
you
before,
think that?
developed nations,
Why
What
do
did
you
you say?
think
not
they will
all
fund
will,
it?
yeah, not all will be ready, not all nations. They will be
Yeah,
like, first we should take care of our country, then we'll think of other. Or else, like, if, okay, we are talking about this COVID pandemic itself. Even the developed nation economy has also decreased. So they have to think about that too. So
in
the
every
mention of the developed nation should also.
delegate of Palestine, in every country due to COVID-19 situation, the economy has dropped. If we see in every country, if it's USA, if it's Egypt, if it's Palestine, if it's Bangla, if it's India, in every country it has dropped. The
But
economic
other
situation.
nations really need fundings. Without fundings, they can't do anything.
If
But
we
like
if we see every nation,
basic
if
things
we
of life is not present, then what? Like, should we just let the children die?
no, I'm not telling let the children die. I totally disagree. That's what we are here
At
to
least some
solve.
amount of money we need for fun. Like at least
Yeah,
just certain
yeah,
amount.
but the NGO, like the NGO, can only if the school is giving free fees to the children, and they are agreeing to give teachers salary, staff salary, and cleaner salary. But what
No,
will we? No, no,
we
but
only need money for tuition,
I know
like tuition
you
fees.
only need money for the tuition, but what will happen to the teachers,
Yeah,
cleaners?
that will be given by the government.
How can we ask to take the full responsibility by
Wait,
government and
wait,
NGO?
delegate of India, just a minute. Delegate of Palestine, do you know what basically an NGO does, first of all, and where do they get the fund from?
Yeah, exactly. They get it from government.
No, let her say, do you know where
NGO,
exactly they get the
no,
fund
no,
from?
no. NGOs are like not funded by the government.
Sorry, they're not
People,
funded by the government. People try their best to give as much as they can, and there are many people who can't 1 month they will give like 50,000 rupees, let's say, but the other month they can't afford because they also have rolling going on, they also have monthly expenses, their
Yeah, it
own
is
monthly.
actually us, the people, the citizens of the country who fund, who give their own
Yeah,
charity NGO.
exactly. So everyone can't afford. There are many people out there who really want to help. Like I also want to help, but I can try to afford 1,000 rupees. But the other month, okay, I can't afford this month. What will happen to the next month of the tuition fees? How will the school cope up with the electricity bills, teacher's salary, everything? How will the school manage for a month? We have to think that.
Yeah, then a reduction of fees.
Okay, reduction of fees is good idea, that's what I am saying. If we reduce the fees, everything can go little by little, but everything needs time. That's what I'm saying.
It was basically reduction of fees. Then I said no fees. Then it became a problem. Okay,
Yeah, it will
reduction.
become a big mess.
Yeah.
Okay, if there is nothing more to discuss, can we just from the starting discuss what we have written? Everyone can discuss their points so that we can know what each point means.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We will divide like the leaders how it should go. Like all of us should get the chance to be a leader.
all of them have to, because 10 minutes everyone will change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like
So
first two
before
will be
that,
second, third, fourth, fifth. Then, if the leaders have decided, then it will be more easy. Leaders will try presenting each solutions. Then see how
uh,
things go.
it will be easy, like we delegate of Egypt, you do the preambulatory clause, like you understand everything, and then we can go line by wise
I don't
and
think for
explain the point.
preambulatory anything is needed. I don't think no. It's
Yeah,
good.
I
I
don't
think each delegate can take each point, like fifth point, sixth point, like that accordingly.
like that. We should not say that who made the point. We let's just focus on explaining and understanding the points.
Thank you, Delegate of Sweden. So, which all delegates goes upon with the first point? Please raise the hands. So, Delegate of France, do you go? Do the Delegate of France go upon?
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you, Delegate of France. Okay. So we had just one of the voting for the first point. So the point has been declared as denied. Now we have the second point. Which all delegates go upon with the second point? Please raise the hands. Most of the delegates go upon with this point except the except no of the delegates. So the point has been declared as approved.
The delegate of France shared a point in the chat box. Could all the delegates please read it and tell your opinions?
Yes, delegate of France.
Delegate of Ireland, please put in that sixth point suggests nation to make education compulsory and free also. That time I said you right. So please.
Yes, delegate of Liberia. The delegate of Ireland agrees to the point that the delegate of France had shared via chat box.
Thank you, delegate.
What about the other delegates? If the delegates agree, please raise the hands. Majority of the delegates agree, so the point has been approved. Thank you, delegate of France, for sharing one of the main point with us.
You're welcome, delegate of Ireland.
May I add the point as subtopics?
Delegate of France?
Elaborating it. So the reasons will be added as subtopic.
Delegate of France, you can reply to the delegate of Russia.
For example, this would encourage more children. Those things can be included as subtopic.
Yeah, that could be added as a topic. And we should be ready for this question that what all jobs would be provided. So we could add like cleaning the school campus, gardening the plants area in the school campus, like that, or distributing books and free books from the library to other kids, points such as that. And serving meals for the children at school.
Okay, Delegate of France, and thank you for the share of
Delegate of France, we can also add like if it is a government school, also there are certain jobs like distributing newspapers in the streets. That is also a good job. We can add that.
Delegates, be quick. We have no much more time. So go, delegates, please be quick. Any more points or any more resolutions? Please be quick. Delegates? Delegate of Singapore, your voice is very low, so it's not audible. Please try rejoining.
I just like primary education. Suggest nations to make primary education compulsory and free, because I don't think like 1 to 12 all the education could be given free by the government. That would be like
we can put
so
like
primary education, because many of the countries primary education is not given.
Delegate of Russia.
Yes, delegate of
Yes, delegate. Is this the 8th point? The one is the one that has been highlighted.
Yes.
And also we can provide them financially for them to get higher studies also.
Yeah, till 18 years of their age, we can provide them.
Okay, delegates, and delegates, any
Delegate of
preambulatory paragraphs?
Is it necessary to add operative clauses to all the points that are added to the operative paragraph?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then the 7th point needs to have a operative clause.
The 3rd point, which was given here, which has been highlighted, is given by the delegate of Russia. Is the delegate of Ireland correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is any of the delegates having a preambulary paragraph? Delegates, if yes, please raise the hands. Delegate of Russia and delegate of Norway, you can proceed. Delegates, it's 2:25. We have to be almost done with our draft resolution.
The first word should be in italics, right?
Yes, delegate of Switzerland.
The first word is in italics?
Yeah, the first word should be in italics.
So, are we done with the draft resolution?
We have been done with the points that we have received until now, but it's very great if we receive more. More points.
Russian Federation or delegate of Ireland. Can you please check my point, and then you can change that, change some words, and you can put that point.
Okay, delegate of Liberia. Before that, co-chair. Co-chair Marwa.
Yes, okay. Yes.
Yes. Chair, by what time should we leave?
2:40.
Okay, 2:40.
Yes, you need to finish it by then. Don't leave. I'll let you know when you have to. But try to finish it out by default.
Okay, Chair.
Okay.
Delegates, so we have very less time. So please go upon with the draft resolution. If there is any mistake or if there is any or if there is any resolutions that are missing or if there is any resolutions that has to be replaced, please do inform.
In the first operative point given, it is ended with comma. It should be semicolon.
Of which paragraph?
Operative, sorry, operative paragraphs. First one. Semicolon.
Delegate of Liberia, I agree to your point, it's good, but I have a doubt. We'll be asked this question, like, would the government provide them financially according to their studies? Like, for example, for studying pilot and all, it costs more, and for doctor, it's a little bit less than that. So, like that, according to their higher studies, or a fixed amount would be given to everybody.
Yes, Delegate of Liberia, even the Delegate of Ireland has the same doubt.
Yeah, a fixed amount should be given.
Oh, okay.
Will it be given to everyone?
Yeah, in rural areas because some of them can't afford higher studies, right? They just primary education and they just drop out.
Delegate of France would like to add some amendments to that. We could be like the ones under the poverty line, we could give them the financial aid.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You can add that point like that.
So delegates, one more thing the Delegate of Ireland would like to add is, in operative paragraph, we have total 9 resolutions and in preambulatory paragraph, we have only 4 resolutions. So delegates, we need some more for preambulatory paragraph.
In preambulatory
we have only 4 preambulatory paragraph resolutions. So, any more points?
Can I say?
Yes, Delegate of Italy.
A lot of forced labor, slavery, human trafficking are still ongoing in the world, and I think some measures should be taken.
Delegate of Italy, the Delegate of Ireland requests us to just explain what the Delegate of Italy meant by that particular resolution.
I meant that the government should implement laws not only regarding child labor, but within child labor there are also something like forced child labor and slavery of child, human trafficking, child trafficking.
Okay, Delegate of Italy, please share the resolution in chat box. If it will be approved, then it will be added to the draft resolution.
Delegate of Italy, Delegate of France would like to say that there are already such laws existing in countries, but it would be good if we make it more strict.
That's what I meant.
Okay.
Delegate of Italy, anyways, please share the point in chat box.
Delegate of Ireland, I don't think it should be like if preambulatory paragraph, the sentences are 4. No, I mean operative paragraph, the sentences are 9. It doesn't mean that the preambulatory paragraph also it should be 9 points.
No. The Delegate of Ireland meant by that we need to the block should have at least one more.
Okay.
Because the Delegate of Ireland felt that it was a bit less. And these are just some of the points which are not the main points too. So the delegate
has sent a point in the chat box that is saying how much law that Russia has implemented. Can this be added to the preambulatory paragraph?
Just a minute, Delegate of Russia. And one more thing the Delegate of Ireland would like to say is, if the other blocks are having any of the same resolutions, we have to be detecting our resolutions. means we will be cutting off our resolutions. So what if all the three or all the four has been, taken by all the other blocks? So we won't have any more. So at least we need to have like a sufficient quantity of resolution so that at least we can present that much.
Delegate
Understand?
of France agrees to delegate of Ireland.
Yes, delegate.
The delegate of France agrees to delegate of Ireland.
Thank you, delegate.
Can anybody tell me when we have to present this draft?
About Russia, I think it was already added in the points before. I think like
Delegate of Denmark, delegate of Denmark can rightly ask to the co-chair as the co-chair is present in the meeting.
Delegates, do you have any? Yes.
Co-chair, we have a doubt.
Yes.
When do we have to present this and go back to the main meeting?
The presentation time is not decided yet, but you have to finish this off by 2:40. I'll let you know when you have to join back.
Okay, Chair. Thank you.
Alright, great. I hope you are almost finished with this.
Yes, Chair, we have finished everything, but we are trying to add a bit more resolution as what does the resolutions come in each block.
Yes, okay, that's nice. Great.
Thank you.
was this 14 to 16 point already added? Like I remember reading some same point that Russia 14 to 16 something rule before also. If you scroll up.
It's a different topic. As the first one is saying how which all age can be employed, while the second one is about day shift.
Oh, okay.
But I would like to know if the whole block approves of this point.
Just a minute, delegate of Russia. Before that, can any of the delegates please read the point that the delegate of Russia has added? Delegates?
In the chat box?
Yeah.
No, it is given in the docs.
The same.
I agree to it.
Okay, delegate. So this is the point that the delegate of Russia has added. Which all delegates to agree to the point, please raise their hands. So delegate of France and delegate of delegate of Denmark. Do you go upon with do the delegate go upon with the point with the resolution? Delegate of Denmark.
Sorry, I couldn't say.
Okay, so all the delegates agree to the point that the delegate of Russia has shared. So the point has been approved.
Yeah.
Thank you, delegate of Russia, for sharing a point with us with the block. We just have 5 more minutes and we have to shall revise.
Sorry, I interrupted. Are there full stop used in the subparagraph? So comma should be used in the subparagraphs, right?
Yes, delegate
The delegate of Ireland is going to present this, or the delegate of Russia?
Maybe the chairs, maybe the delegates. No idea.
Okay.
Co-chair.
Yes, Tantra.
Co-chair, who will be presenting the screen? I mean, who will be presenting the doc?
The delegates itself will be presenting.
Okay. So mostly the delegate of Russia or the delegate of Ireland will be present.
Delegate of Ireland, I have shared a point. Do check it out.
Okay, delegate of Sweden.
Delegate of Ireland, I might have election results as I'm drawn to that. So I feel Delegate of Russia feels that it would be much more safe if someone else presents it.
Okay, delegate of Russia, we'll be back to it. The block will be back to it. Delegate of Sweden, the point which was shared by the delegate was great, but the delegate of Ireland personally feels that the point is good, but we almost have the similar point.
Okay, delegate. I get it.
Then shall we read through the whole draft resolution now?
Wait, there's another point which has been added.
I agree to the point that the delegate of Singapore has shared. Personally, the delegate of Ireland feels the point or the resolution that was shared by the delegate of Singapore is good.
Same
is perfect for the resolution. The delegate of Russia, the point that the delegate of Singapore has shared, do the doc have a same point? Okay, thanks. So delegates, do you which all delegates agree to the point that the delegate of Singapore has shared? Please raise the hands. Okay, so except the delegate of okay. So the point has been approved. Delegate of Russia, could the delegate please add it in the docs? Okay, thank you, delegate. And the delegate of Sweden had shared a point. Yeah, so this is the point that the delegate of Sweden had shared before. Which all delegates agree to this point?
Is this point for the
delegate of Ireland, please highlight the point.
It's sent in chat box.
This point is in which paragraph again?
It has been sent in chat box.
Yeah, so it is not for operative paragraphs, right?
Yeah, it's for operative. So, which are, sorry, one minute.
Set by Sweden is for the preambulatory paragraph?
Yes, preambulatory paragraphs.
Okay, sorry. So, which all delegates agree to the point that was shared by the delegate of Sweden? Please raise the hands. So, only a few of the delegates agree to the point, so the point has been the point has been approved. Delegate of Russia, could you please do the honor? Thank you, delegate. Until now, the block has 11. Until now, the block has 11 operative paragraphs. These are the 11 operative paragraphs.
I think this much is enough because it's already 3 pages and we have enough points.
Yes.
But the delegate account suggests that the more we get points, the more we'll be confident.
Yes, that's the main point that the delegate of Highland had shared before. Maybe some of the blocks may have the points that the block had discussed. So so the block has to remove some of the points. So that time, at least the block should have at least a number of 5 points. So the block should be well prepared. What all happens. So now we have total 11 operative paragraph and total 6 of preambulatory paragraph. Any more? Actually, the time is up. The co-chair hasn't informed yet. So, any more resolutions for any of the paragraphs?
Delegates, you all can continue your discussion. I'll let you know when you have to join. All right?
Okay, Chair.
Okay.
You can keep at last, like someone can read it.
Yeah. But before delegates, please lower your hands. In the main meeting, the chair hasn't yet told to come back, so I hope we can still continue. So the delegate of Ireland hopes we can still continue.
Anyone delegate read from the starting till the end, so we could realize.
Each delegate will be reading each page.
Delegate of Russia.
Yes, delegate of Sweden.
The delegate of Russia, the point which you shared is already there in the draft, right?
Yes. That is conducting is that one, right?
Yeah, it's the conducting fundraising.
The delegate of Russia felt that we need to add more details to the point. That seems a little bit more. Then, delegate, shall we read through the resolution?
Okay. So, the first page can be read by the delegate of Singapore. Delegate of Singapore. Delegate of Singapore.
We added the delegate of Italy's point.
Delegate of Italy. Yeah, we added.
You added? Okay.
Yes, yes, the block did add. Delegates which delegate wants to read the first page of our draft resolution, of the block 2 draft resolution, please raise the hands.
Can you
delegate of Russia? Your point.
Draft resolution, block 3. Committee, United Nations General Assembly, Agenda, Addressing Child Labor and Poverty in Rising Nations, with emphasis on the impact of economic growth. Denmark, Singapore, Germany, Norway, Russian Federation, Sweden, Ireland, Liberia, France, Switzerland, and Italy. Preambulatory paragraph. Acknowledging the consequences of child labor in each nation, giving advantage to short-term period, but bring danger to a long-term status of each country. Aware of the situation of the children, Russia has permitted the employment of children ages 14 and 15 only if they completed their basic education or obtained parental consent. Acknowledging that to overcome poverty by helping the community includes training people living in poverty to acquire the skills and knowledge they need to secure a livelihood. Acknowledging that if poverty isn't controlled or eradicated, there won't be any child labor. Alarmed by the health of the children being affected, the Russian Federation restricts shift length and working hours for children. Subtopics: Children between the ages of 14 and 16 can work a maximum of 24 hours per week. Their shifts cannot exceed 5 hours. For children ages 16 to 18, shifts cannot exceed 7 hours and cannot exceed 36 weekly hours. Acknowledging the situation of the children, Sweden participates in the international conferences on child labor and the International Labour Organization conventions. Sorry, I read till.
Is anybody speaking or am I stuck?
The delegate of Russia accidentally read the second page too. Another
It's okay, delegate of Russia.
Delegate
Please continue with the sixth point.
Delegates, you will have to join the meeting. Do you want more time? Do you all want more
Chair.
time?
Just need 5 minutes because we are reading the page.
Just do it quickly. Just read out the page and then you can join back.
Chair, we are still in the main meeting, but we have junk here too.
Yes, but
can we do a show of hands? The delegate that is present, please raise your hand.
Actually, the roll call is going on, so the delegate of Ireland thinks that we have to join.
Yes, delegates, please do leave from this meeting. Alright, I
Delegate,
think you all are done.
Delegate present in this meeting, please raise your hand.
Can I repeat again?
Delegates leave from here and just read out the resolutions, okay? Draft resolution, so that you won't miss anything and you will be fully guided.
Who is saying the third page?
Actually, now we are in the roll call meeting, so you have to attend that now.
Thank you, delegates. We all can leave.
Delegates, please leave this meeting and join the main meeting, please.
Okay, Chair.
Delegates, I hope all of you in your respective blocks have come up with your working paper.
Yes, Chair.
I request you to please send your working papers. Only one of you. You can select one person from the from your block to send the working paper on the Gmail ID that I'm sending in the chat box. All right. Okay. And your working paper here.
Chair, shall we send it as a doc or as a document?
Delegates, please send it as a Google Doc. That please make sure that it is not view only. We need editing access.
Okay, Chair.
I'm sorry, but if anybody said, can you just repeat? I couldn't hear properly. If anybody said something.
Chair? Chair from the Block 3, the delegate of Ireland had sent.
Have you already sent it? Delegate to which Gmail address?
Hello, am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are.
Hello, I'm a delegate of Ghana. Actually, since the morning, I did not have my internet connection, so I couldn't be there in the ceremony, and I just joined. I don't know about my blocks and the working paper.
Delegate of Ghana, you are part of Block 1. Since you have missed the block formation, it is alright. You may join them in the Vienna formula.
Delegates, I have sent an email address in the chat box. Please send your respective working papers into this email ID. You now have some time before the next break. I request all of you to select your head delegate from each block right now.
Can you please tell me how can I join my block?
Delegate, we have finished the informal phase, that is the block session has already been done. We will now move on to Vienna formula soon. So you don't really need to jump right.
Okay.
Can the delegates join their group to discuss which delegate has to be the leader?
Delegate, I prefer if you did not join any other meets right now. You may discuss through WhatsApp.
Okay, Chair.
Chair, did you receive block 2's and block 2's resolution?
We will let you know if there is any working paper that we haven't received. For now, please just send it to this email.
Delegates, I have received block 1 and block 2. Block 3 is yet to send.
Chair, can you repeat?
I have received the working papers of block 1 and block 2. Block 3 is yet to send.
Block 1 will send it in just a minute.
Block 1 have already sent.
Okay, now.
Block 3 have resended it.
Co-chair, have you received all working papers?
Yes, sir.
Right. And delegates, have you decided on a head?
Co-chair, have the co-chair received the draft resolution of block 3?
Yes, Delegate, I have.
Okay, thank you, co-chair.
Delegates, as you might know, I'm assuming you do, it is time for break again. Would anyone like to raise a motion or point? Yes, delegate of India. Go ahead.
I would like to raise a motion for break.
Share the head meeting. Block 3 has been finalized.
Alright, Delegate Valan, thank you. You must raise a motion to adjourn debate. Delegate of India, would you like to go again?
Yeah, I would like to adjourn the meet.
Meeting has been adjourned. You may leave the meet right now, or you can stay and switch off your cameras and mic.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. All the delegates of Group 3, please join in the group invite link.
Did someone say something?